All right, we're on a bit of a time crunch, so let's go ahead and get to it. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. This is DSP News, the unreliable ones. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the newsroom and welcome to the Goutopia News Network, your unreliable source for DSP News. This is the Snort Report brought to you by SNORTBUCKS Coffee Company, the best beverage company, as well as Hard Snorts Gin and Tonic, that toxic flavor that will never waver. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, normally I don't feel a sense of urgency with anything. Excuse me. But I had a chance to speak to Agent Proper from the DIA. He let me know that the interview that's coming up with the side scrollers and DSP is on a Thursday instead of a Friday. We'll get into why I feel that's a thing in a minute. So with that being said, there was two videos that I was kind of waiting to do that was supposed to lead up to this. If it happened on a Friday, it would have worked out, but whatever. Life comes at you fast. So we're going to get to that right now. There'll be this broadcast, then one more. I'll be taking a small hiatus, and maybe some videos will come out during that hiatus, maybe they won't. And then I will start working on the actual interview itself. I will not be watching the interview until the following week, unless I watch it in real time with you guys. We'll see. Excuse me. And we'll see how that plays out, to be perfectly honest with you. With that being said, welcome to my TED Talk. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going over DSP's Bottom Bitch podcast, as well as I think he had like an impromptu like Q&A or whatever the case may be, from March 10th to March 15th. And then the next broadcast will be whatever the next broadcast is just before the interview. So that's what we're going to go over, essentially everything that DSP has to say about the interview coming up, his haters, and yada, yada, yada. That's what we're going to go over. With that being said, I have some grievances, so to speak. One, why isn't this interview happening on a Friday? They could easily do this interview Friday, and it could marinate, at least for the side scrollers. For Stuttering Craig and the side scrollers, it could literally marinate throughout the entire weekend. They don't have to worry about one more show to follow it up. It's just, bam, there's Friday, and then boom, and then everything else marinates over the weekend. That means a lot of viewership, a lot of subs, a lot of followers on Twitch and YouTube, respectfully, whatever the case may be. Then start Monday fresh. For DSP, same concept. Whatever trickles down to him and whatever he decides to follow up with, he has that on Friday, and then he has his bullshit Saturday, Sunday, and then moving forward. Essentially, the Stuttering Craig, the Side Scroller podcast, feeds the ecosystem. On top of that, that same ecosystem helps out all the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics, and so on and so forth. It all rolls downhill, essentially. So they passed up on a great opportunity. Now, when Proper, big ups to Agent Proper, the DIA, when he filled me in that this was going to be on a Thursday, he believes, and rightfully so, that that's probably DSP's influence, not he trying to minimize the amount of, detractors that are going to be up early, on a Thursday morning to sit there and listen in on all this. But I think DSP is trying to sabotage the interview anyway. I think he's been trying to do it since day one. So I'm not really surprised. Anywho, let's go ahead and get into this. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Let's go ahead and get into this compilation. It's brought to us by Diggs. Like I said, it's a bunch of DSP's Bottom Bitch podcasts from the 10th of March to the 15th. We went through Raw DSP. I'll have the link to all those stuff down in the description. And we'll see what's what, and I'll give you guys any ideas on what the following or what the upcoming interview is going to be like, at least how I see it as we move forward. That's pretty much it. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully you guys are all doing well as usual. And I don't smell no bacon cooking, so let's just go ahead and get right into it, at the very least. I'll see you guys in just a second.
Al Wrong says, if the interview goes well, do you think you'll be a regular guest on the show or do other interviews elsewhere? Number one.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, yet again, big ups to Diggs and big ups to Raw DSP. This will be a compilation of all of the Bottom Bitch podcasts from March 10th through March 15th of 2023, our year of Gout, and also the year of the rabbit. The links to all those should be down in the description. And you guys already know what the routine is. If Diggs decides to post all this, there'll be a link for it. If not, there'll be a playlist one day, maybe, and you guys will be able to find it there. I don't know if that's really going to ever happen. That's what he keeps saying, but we'll see. I got to be honest with you. All right, here we go.
Ability to show up on that show or any show is not my power. You know, they asked me to be on the show, and then in the last few weeks, it's blown up to be this whole big interview, which it wasn't even supposed to be. You know, it's different for me because of the level of harassment I get on the internet. I basically have to be treated differently than everyone else. I know that sounds stupid, but you know, that's just my freaking reality, sadly. I wish it wasn't the case. I wish that I could just be normal like everyone else, but you know, these idiots have turned everything into this drama nonsense that I don't even want to be involved in, but I have to be.
And this goes back to what I was saying about DSP trying to sabotage this thing. Now, will DSP be a reoccurring or a revolving guest or whatever, or a reoccurring guest? Who could say? It depends on how the first interview goes. I think there is a lot that they need to go over. Who knows how much time it's going to take them to do it. And if it produces views grilling DSP, then why not keep doing it? Why not keep clearing the air under the guise of we're trying to help you? We're trying to communicate. We're trying to clear up any miscommunication and show people that, you know what, maybe there is a real misunderstanding. Maybe there is a disconnect. Maybe you're just not articulating yourself properly or in a way that people understand. And let's make a series out of it. Excuse me. If that ends up being the case, that's going to be pay dirt. That's going to be pay dirt. And if DSP believes, if in his own piggy delusion, if he believes that, okay, I'll go through a number of these interrogation, like quote unquote, podcast / interviews, but if he may be willing to go through a dozen of these, let's say half a dozen, let's say he's willing to go through half a dozen of these things in the hopes that, you know, after all said and done, he can finally get on the show and talk about games or whatever the case may be. DSP in his own delusional mind may think, okay, that right there is my pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Here's the reality, though. Excuse me. Depending on how deep they go and depending on what they find out, you're going to find that, I think, Stuttering Craig and anybody else on that podcast is going to come to realize that I don't know if it's a really good idea. I think you have a lot of problems and you have a lot of baggage, and I don't know if that's worthwhile. I don't know if it's worthwhile to try to bring you onto our platform in a casual manner like that. Now, I could be wrong. Maybe after they clear the air, as I said just a minute ago, and really, you know, try to get everything out there, maybe then. But even then, it'll be in a very limited capacity. It depends. It depends on how this interview goes and if there's any other ones afterwards. It really is hinged on a lot of shit, to be honest. So we'll see. As it pertains to DSP saying that, oh, I wish I could just go up there and talk about video games or whatever and be treated like everybody else. This is the same idiot who went on for years and told us, oh, I'm not like everybody else. I'm unique. I am the one in the million. I am the exception to the rules. I'm the ultimate underdog. Well, then guess what? You don't get to be normal. You don't get to be like the rest of us because you've already put yourself on a pedestal that you said that you were better than all of us. So you don't get to come down to, to the level of the serfs and peasants and to everybody else. You don't get to do that. You just don't. I don't know what what internet handouts or whatever that's being given out or whatever, Phil, like the internet welfare thing I've been talking about. I don't know what you think. I don't know if you think this is some type of stimulus package. But if it is, you don't qualify. Sorry, buddy, you put yourself on this crazy ass pedestal. You said that, crowdfunding is all you really need. And, and you don't want to be a shill. You don't want to be a sellout. You don't want to do any of those things. So why do you want to be normal? Why do you want to be like everybody else? You spend a bunch of time shitting on everybody who's normal and regular or whatever. Matter of fact, you spend a lot of time, saying that you weren't interested in doing collaborations or doing interviews or whatever the case may be. Well, wait a second. Except for that one time when you said, oh, when I was on Machinima, isn't it Machinima's job to link me up with other content creators to do collaborations? Why should I have to reach out to those people? Machinima should do it for me. I mean, except for tarred shit like that. Amongst other comments, like, for example, let me dig deep for this one. Wink, wink. Okay, there we go. When you also said that, hey, I'm on an island of my own, man. I don't have time to watch other people's content. I don't have time to worry about other content creators. I got to focus on my own stuff. But then your wife, Catherine, has you being cucked and watching other people's playthroughs. There's that thing, too. Very strange. Anyway, very, very, very weird. So it makes me wonder, where are you at financially? And where are you at socially to bring you to the situation? Now, I could go ahead and elaborate on that, but let's talk about the social part more than financially. Because I know financially you're taking a hit, because I know some of your dents are taking a hit. But socially, what's going on in that house, Phil? Like, what's going on between you and Catherine? No, all the horse jokes aside and all the other nonsense that I'm known for. What's going on with you and Catherine right now that you feel a need to reach out and talk to other people? The reason why I say that is for people who are socially inept, like yourself, who live in their own delusions, live in their own bubbles and all this stuff. Usually when they want to reach out to other people, even though I'm sure you're going to say that Craig reached out to you and whatever the case may be, the fact that after all these years you want to now talk to other people tells me there's something outside of desperation, of course, because you can smell the spam in the air, that clearly something is wrong with you, or you're missing something that you feel that you should have. Maybe, communications aren't doing well. Maybe the rumors of you and Catherine not sleeping in the same room is true. Maybe you and Catherine don't even have meals with each other anymore. Maybe you've just been lying to yourself, as well as everybody else, about you and Catherine sitting down and watching other people's playthroughs. Maybe that's the truth. Maybe you're lonely. Maybe you and Catherine, as history always proves, you guys don't actually have a relationship. You're just two roommates. When DoorDash comes in, she takes her half, you take your half, and then you both fuck off. And maybe you're at your older age. You're not old. You are old, but you're not old in a number standpoint, in a year standpoint. You're old because you let yourself get old before you could get old. If that makes sense. Maybe, Phil, you're looking for real companionship in that you're really trying to socially get companionship. You really want to start talking and interacting with people that you thought were beneath you. Maybe because the lack of control in your own home, maybe you feel you need to go out socially and learn how to talk to people, learn how to interact with people, so you can get a better grip on, what's going on in your own home, and maybe you can apply some of that to your relationship with Catherine, or that lack thereof. I mean, I could go about this a bunch of different ways, but clearly you're doing this for a reason. Just like you doing the reactionary content, the reacts. The only reason why you're doing that is because you have nothing else. Your gameplay has been garbage for years. You can barely watch it or stomach it. The retro reactions, reaction marathons used to do prove that, or retrospectives, I should say. Those prove that you can't even stomach your own garbage because it's garbage. And you realize that with Street Fighter 6, you're too old and you're too stupid to be able to play that game effectively at a high level. The FGC looks at you as a joke, and you haven't really done anything to try to mitigate that, fix it, to be better or do better. So now you think, oh, well, I'll just go ahead and talk and just throw out word salads and people will just eat that shit up. But since you don't know anything about anything, that doesn't help you. I think that's what this is. I think this is just another stepping stone for you to try to get into the podcasting kind of field. And if you can have your own little bottom bitch podcast and then be a reoccurring guest on this podcast here, and possibly through them try to branch out to other people, maybe you think that's going to be your play. Maybe. But I also feel like this interview is a bad idea. I mean, as a detractor, I'm supposed to be sitting here saying, yeah, they're going to expose you, this, that, and the third. But let's say it does go well in that, they actually grill you on the hard questions and they get some answers out of you. It's only going to be bad for you. My question is, are you willing to let yourself be humiliated in the short term, which is going to affect you in the long term? Are you willing to let yourself be embarrassed in the short term in the hopes that it'll pay off for you in the long term? Because you've never been someone who thinks or has ever had any conception of long-term thinking. Like, that's something that's beyond you. So why are you so desperate to try to do that now? And do you think all of this stuff is so old that it can be looked past? Like, it can be disregarded? I wonder.
I have no clue. I would say, my ability to show up on that show or others is directly dependent on how it goes. If this interview goes well and people like it, and or the viewer base over there likes it, they already have an established viewer base. Understand that. They already have longtime fans of things. They used to be fans of Screw Attack. They used to be fans of that other thing, Game Attack. This Side Scrollers podcast is something that used to run in the mid-2000s, and now they just recently revived it about a month ago. So they have an established fan base of supporters. The question is, does the fan base care about me, that the whole show is going to be dedicated to me? Do they give two shits?
And that's what DSP's target is. The DSP said he was a longtime fan. He went to that one convention all them years ago, whatever the case may be. So he looks at it as it pertains to the audience over there. Hey, I have camaraderie with you guys. I used to be a fan. I went to this first event. Some of you may even remember me. Oh, well, okay, you turned out to be Darksydephil. All right, yada, 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 yada. He's hoping that these interactions, which weren't really interactions, by the way, but he hopes that these situations can drum up enough nostalgia to be like, well, he's kind of one of us. Like, like the Dent meme that you guys see. Oh, he's one of us. And that will get him in. I used to be a fan like you guys. I went to events. I supported them. So on and so forth. So this is a reason why maybe you guys could give me a chance or an opportunity. It's all manipulation. It's all Gouty manipulation at the end of the day. He's playing upon and using people's past experiences to try to help him in the future. And for the most part, that wouldn't be anything wrong with that if it didn't come across so egregious. If he didn't treat his current audience like garbage. You know what I mean? Or like shit. It goes back to the analogy I've given you. It's all about new blood. It's all about new blood. And he knows that the audience is going to be like him. They're going to be older. They're probably, I hope, they're more well established in their life than he is. They might have some extra money that they can throw upon him and help him in his times of plight, which is every day, every minute of the day, to be honest. So just to get an idea of what he's targeting, what he's going for. That's why he's saying that, will these people really care about my drama or my bullshit? Or can I slide myself in, no pun intended, and actually get myself established amongst them and really try to prove to them that, hey, I'm one of you guys. And I've just had a really rough time. I've had a really tough time. But I'm still here. Come by and take a look. Maybe drop a like. Maybe drop me a couple bucks. For a former fan like yourself. I could be reading into it. I could be. But maybe not.
Seriously be this. They have me on the show. The whole show's about me. At the end of the day, no one cares. The whole fan base is like, nah, don't really care about Darksydephil anymore. Can we move on and forget like he was ever here? And if that's the case, I wouldn't blame them. It's their show. It's their prerogative to do whatever they want with it. There's no obligation to say, hey, we want you back on now for a normal show. In fact, I want to make that clear up front. I have absolutely no expectation that after that show ends, that they will ever have me back on the show ever again. And if they do, great. If they don't, oh well, no big deal.
Then why do it? Why put yourself in a vulnerable situation that you've insisted in previous years that you never would do because of information that could hurt you or your family? Why do it now if you really believe there's no payoff? I want you to think about that for a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Why would this idiot put himself in a vulnerable situation if there really is no payoff? If he really believes that these people aren't going to invite him back? Like, what would be the point of that? If it wasn't for, you know what I'm saying? Here, let's go ahead and stop the pig whistling for a minute. Let me give you a translation. If he's not hoping to siphon some of those people off, and go back to my previous analogy, in the hopes that the audience are like, hey man, I've checked out some of DSP stuff. Maybe you guys should give him a chance. Maybe you guys should give him an opportunity. Maybe that interview didn't go well. But, he seems like an alright guy, and he's just going through a lot of trouble, but he's trying to change. He's trying to be better. Come on, Craig, maybe you should give him another chance to come on and just talk to him about games for a little while, and then see how that goes. You telling me this piece of garbage wouldn't attempt to do that? We'll see.
Just like everything else in my life, right? It rolls off my back like a duck in water, right? It's like whatever. And I would not have any animosity. Because here's the thing. My haters are so stupid. Everything about them. And, I'm sure these guys are going to want to move on. They're not going to want every show to be about Darksydephil. You know what I'm saying? And that's sad. That my haters make everything about them. That they got to inundate everything, crowd everything. I'm sure that week, when they announced that I was going to be on the show, they just kept coming back. Is he coming on today? Is he coming on today? No, stupid. We said middle of the month. What are you doing here? Right? But that's how they are. So, it is what it is. We'll see what happens. I think it all depends.
I mean, at the end of the day, it was publicity. Whether good publicity or not, publicity is publicity. End of story. And even if they threw him a couple of bucks saying, hey, when's he coming on? Oh, he's coming on later in the month. They still got a couple of dollars out of the situation. It's not that big of a deal, to be honest with you. Maybe some of the messaging behind the scenes was probably a bit annoying, maybe, depending on the velocity of it. But other than that, this is the internet, and this is what entertainment is. If you think about it, all of us, big or small, are in the entertainment business in some way, shape, or form. You may not think about it that way, but that's kind of how it should be viewed. Especially if you're looking at doing this in the long term, especially if you're planning on doing this in the long term for profit. So with that being said, this is all about advertising. If DSP wasn't the scumbag that he is, and he could get away with doing what other people do, he wouldn't care. He wouldn't care that people keep going over there and asking when he's going to be on. He would actually probably get himself a piggy hard on over it. Oh, look at the demand that's out for me. Look at the hype, if you will. Look at the hype that's going on with the show right now. Everybody keeps going over there and saying, when is he going to be here? When's he going to be here? But it's because it's not any of his fans. Because it's none of his viewership. You know what I'm saying? He has an issue with it. He has a problem with it. He can say that the detractors are so stupid and all this, that, and the third. But at the end of the day, that's what's really helping Craig and the side scrollers. I'm not going to say that's what's keeping their show alive, but it keeps interest. It keeps a level of fascination and interest going on over there. That's what that situation is. And I would assume they understand that. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But I would assume that they would. But shouldn't assume about people.
For me, the way I see it, it's a one-off thing. If it goes well, great. If it goes horribly, then who cares? Back to my space, right? Back to my channel, back to my normal stuff. Nothing. It's not going to affect anything over here whatsoever on DSP Gaming. It's not going to affect anything over on DSP Reacks at all. It's just going to be a normal deal. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just normal, business as usual. You know?
And that honestly is kind of sad, because it just goes to show that he has no prospects. He has no future plans. He has no hope, if you really think about it. If this doesn't work out, if he can't profit socially or financially off someone else, it's right back to the pig fort or the snort fort. It's right back to the fucking broken down trough, you know what I'm saying, with the broken down wife and the broken down pet cat son. It's back to the same old bullshit that's still failing. And he doesn't want to do anything to fix it because he cannot fix it. He will do nothing because he can't do nothing. That's the problem. And it's been the problem. And he's expecting Stuttering Craig to be Captain Save-A-Ho and come and fix this and help pull him out. And Craig can't do that. Craig is trying to build something. As you see let me give you an example. Like in the detractor community, right? You see a lot of people, as Proper likes to say, putting a hand back, or if you will. But you see a lot of detractors trying to elevate other detractors, right? whether viewership, whether attention to their channels, trying to get them to 1,000 to put them in monetization, whatever the case may be, right? And despite the disagreements and a lot of the other bullshit that happens, and trust me, there's a lot, essentially most people try to help other people, whatever the case may be. DSP doesn't know what that's like because he's burned all the bridges and or opportunities to make that happen. There was a bunch of different podcasts that he could have gone on over the years that had no real association with him, just people who had a nostalgia or who used to reminisce about the time they used to watch DSP. And now it's like, oh shit, I can actually get him on my little podcast here. You know, and I only have I mean all due respect when I say that. You know, maybe I only have like 300 or 400 people on Twitch, which is a lot. Well, let's get him on the podcast. You know what I'm saying? Let's get some eyes on him. What have you been up to? What have you been doing? I remember when you did this and that, and whatever the case may be. What are you doing now? You know, maybe they bring up some of the haters, maybe they don't. But it's an opportunity for him to, when you're going on to a podcast, when you're going on to another platform, it's kind of a fresh start. It's sort of. And he couldn't see the value in that. He's so paranoid, because he is. He's so fucking paranoid that he didn't trust any of those people, because he didn't know any of them. Stuttering Craig is someone who he feels that he has a direct connection to, even though he don't. He doesn't have a direct connection to him for shit. Craig has kind of even admitted that he doesn't even remember him being at certain events. Or at a certain event, I should say. They haven't talked to each other in over a decade. These people don't know each other. But DSP, in his own head, has enough nostalgia thinking that, you know, hey, I have a connection with Craig. I have a relationship with Craig. I can trust him. And I think this right here is a great starting point. And to be honest with you, a great victim for me to take advantage of. That's what he really thinks. And it's because it's familiar to him. That's why DSP don't ever try nothing new. That's why DSP don't take risks. Because that shit isn't familiar to him. Even with his DSP reaction channel bullshit. Fuck all that. He's done reaction content before. Which is ironic because he ain't shitted on it. But he's done reaction content before. He did a reaction to fucking the Toby Turner scandal. Back when that happened. So how are you going to sit there and say, I don't like reaction content and I don't like drama when he's done both? It failed back then. And then he shitted on it from there on out. How is it that all these other people could do this and they got popular? They got, you know, they ended up making a lot of money. They made a lot of money. They gained popularity and influence and everything off of it, and I didn't. Why did I fail? And they didn't. That's what that is. That's the reason why he's doing reactionary content now, because it's familiar to him. He's done it before. And he doesn't have another avenue. He doesn't have another way out. So all he's going to do is go back deep into his trough and pick out any little thing that he's ever shitted on that he's actually tried before and try to do that. If DSP was desperate enough, he'd probably go back to vlogging. If DSP was desperate enough, he probably would get Catherine back on stream. So that whole protecting my family bullshit means jack shit when that desperation really kicks in. Give it time. Or, as we say over here, give him enough rope and he'll hang himself.
Will come from it. I don't know. You always got to be hopeful in life. That's the way I approach things now. Is, you can't expect anything good, because I have definitely learned this. And I know this sounds sad. Please don't take this the wrong way. I've learned a lesson in life that if you look forward to something too much or you have unreasonable expectations, it's usually you're going to be disappointed. I know that's sad because a lot of people say to me, well, Phil, if you had unlimited money and unlimited time, what would you do? Where would you go? What would you? And I was like, I don't even want to think about that. Like, what was it? Just a week ago, someone said, Phil, if you could go anywhere around the world with your wife right now, where would you go? I was like, I don't want to even think about it. Because it's just going to make me sad. Because I can't. I'm a realist, and I realize I'm not in a life situation where that's ever going to really be possible. Or if it is, it's certainly not time soon. So why do I want to sit here and dwell on things that are fantasies? That then, if they don't happen, you're just going to end up being sad and disappointed and depressed over it.
Well, first off, idiot, why aren't you planning and working towards those things? Like, if you and your wife never had a honeymoon, which you guys didn't, which is a lie, theoretically, because your honeymoon was your trip to Connecticut. But whatever, semantics. If you and your wife never had a honeymoon, then why didn't, when you guys came back from Connecticut, I should say, why didn't you save money, little by little, and plan for that? Why didn't you two sit down at your table, move all those food coupons, those DSP tries and coupons to the side? And why didn't you and your wife sit down with a piece of paper or on a tablet or whatever the case. Oh, that's right. The tablet's broken, but I still own it. Sorry, my bad. Why don't you just grab a pad and piece of paper and be like, okay, let's make a budget. Oh, that's right. You don't know what a budget is. Hypothetical Pignosis, our favorite game. Let's say you knew what a budget was. Why didn't you sit down with your wife and plan out your budget and see what it is that how much income do you have, Phil? How much is she bringing in? How much you are bringing in? What are all of your individual expenses? Because you said she has her own life and her own debts and whatever. And then see how much is at the end each and every month. And see what could be put aside. Open up a bank account and literally have that be your vacation fund. Or, Phil, what's also known as a rainy day fund. But I won't go ahead and overwrite whatever nun told you what a rainy day fund was back in the day. Lord knows I need to be doing that shit. But why don't you guys actually plan out a budget and then work towards it? Why couldn't you do that? And if you feel that it's not enough, then you learn how to cut back on shit. Meaning that maybe you don't need to have DoorDash 3 times a day on your day off. Maybe you don't need to be ordering DoorDash 3 or 4 times a week, which we know is what happens. Because you would justify it as, well, instead of me buying all these groceries and then throwing all these fresh vegetables out each and every week, which he's admitted to doing, by the way, I'll just do DoorDash. It's easier. And another thing, too, for just so some of you guys don't know, DSP said that DoorDash had this thing, think of it as like a customer appreciation plan or some shit, where he pays like a flat fee every month or even every year, and I guess he gets unlimited DoorDash or something along those lines. I remember him distinctly talking about this, and because I think it was right before the first stationary ants invasion, I should say. I think it was before that, or it was around that time. Maybe it might have been around the time when the garbage disposal fucking erupted. I have to think about it now. But I remember him distinctly bringing that thing up, and I was thinking to myself, that doesn't sound exactly like the discount plan that maybe they make it out to be, but whatever. But I do remember him saying he signed up for something along those lines. And that right there would justify all of the DoorDash purchases, if you think about it. With that being said, that only reinforces what's being spent in that house for no good reason. And DSP is a liar, so you don't know if he's telling the truth and he's not. And that whole value plan situation or customer loyalty plan may be a lie too. Maybe not. I don't know. But he'll always find a justification for the small comforts in life. DSP doesn't believe in working towards anything. He doesn't believe in saving. He doesn't believe in planning. So this idiot right here says, I'm hopeful for things to get better, but then he tells you, oh, well, I can't be hopeful because I'm going to be disappointed. But here's the thing that he's really not saying at all. I don't want to work, nor do I want to plan for things to make things better. Things just need to be better. The Gouty cosmos needs to change. And, and it just needs to work in my favor. Lady Luck needs to fuck me so things can work out better. He doesn't actually want to work towards that. He doesn't want to do, quote unquote, his part, if you will, to make things better. Things just need to be better. Just like when he makes these dumbass claims about, oh, if the detractors left me alone, things could get better. You don't know that. Truth be told, if the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics collectively stopped for a month, 2 months, 2 months is really asking, but I would say most people, I think, could go 2 months. So let's say 2 months. You have no clue what will happen to Phil. All of the PR, all of the ongoing advertising around Phil could fade. DSP thinks that, oh, well, if the detractors stop, people will just start coming to my content. I don't think that's necessarily true. Maybe to the pre-stream, and they might not even come and watch the content live. They may just watch the pre-stream on YouTube and bounce out. So you think having all these the whole detractor community give you a break for a month or two, you really think that's going to equate to tens of thousands of dollars to put you back in a position? How delusional does that sound if you really put that into perspective? Think about it.
Even the reality of my life. And the truth is, the reality of my life, I like my life. I like where I am. I like who I am. If things get better, great. Sure. All right. Well, honest answer, long term, would I like to be a guest on their show normally? Yes. Would I like to hang out with those guys every once in a while and shoot the shit? Maybe every once in a while have a collaboration or something? Sure. They seem like the kind of guys that I would enjoy doing that with or spending time with. Is there anything guaranteed that would ever happen? No. Will it happen? Unlikely. I'm even going to say that up front. Unlikely. Because of who I am, because of the stigma that follows me around, and this giant mob of crazy people who follow me around the internet that I just can't shake because they have created a situation that's untenable. I can't fix the situation they created.
DSP, these people aren't your friends, man. Stuttering Craig and the side scrollers are not your fucking friends. You had that at one time and you fucked it up. You had a loving relationship at one time. You fucked it up and told the fucking paramedics that give that bitch a pill and leave her on the street somewhere, or just leave her somewhere in general. If we want to be, specific about it. There's that situation. You think you're going to be able to rebuild it with these other guys? These people aren't going to just do that. Because in any friendship, there has to be a level of trust. And you have shown, you have a history of proving that people can't trust you. From your quote-unquote friends, to past girlfriends and lovers or fiancés, to even your own paypigs. You can't be trusted. And you're the one who said you don't have time for friends, right? You can't fit that in your life with Catherine and Jasper. But now you want to figure out, you want to be able to spend time with them on a decent, not a regular basis, but on a semi-regular basis? How does that work? Why can't you spend more time with Catherine under those terms or circumstances? Huh. I'm just asking.
But maybe something will happen. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? We'll see. We'll see what happens. But, I'm not going to sit here and dwell on that. And I'm not going to sit and say, yeah, I can't wait to be a regular guest and we'll have all this fun stuff going on. No. I think it'll be an interview and that's it. And maybe if I hear back from them, that'll be great. If I ever hear back from them after the show. I wouldn't be surprised if the interview ends and that's the last time I ever hear from them because they've had to put up with so much horse shit from my haters that they don't even want to bother with me ever again. That wouldn't be the first or last time that's happened. There's people who...
This idiot is literally trying to gain sympathy from the situation. He's literally trying to tell people, woe is me. I want to be friends. I want to be normal. I want to be able to hang out with other people, but I can't. And I don't think these people are going to ever really accept me. So he's basically like, I'm going to go on that podcast. I'm going to be a sacrificial lamb or a sacrificial pig in this case. And then they're never going to want me again. Jesus Christ, that's sad.
I used to have friendly relationships with, collaborations with, and it all went away because of these people, these disgusting. We'll see what happens, but I'm not going to sit here and dwell on that, and I'm not going to sit and say, yeah, I can't wait to be a regular guest and we'll have all this fun stuff going on. No, I think it'll be an interview and that's it. And maybe if I hear back from them, that'll be great. If I ever hear back from them after the show. I wouldn't be surprised if the interview ends and that's the last time I ever hear from them because they've had to put up with so much horse shit from my haters that they don't even want to bother with me ever again. That wouldn't be the first or last time that's happened. There's people who I used to have friendly relationships with, collaborations with, and it all went away because of these people, these disgusting fucking people. And I was asked...
And see, here's another sick thing that he likes to do too. He wants to blame other people for his failures and misgivings in life or whatever the case may be. But if some of those relationships were built off of pity, which is what I'm starting to really suspect, after a while, Phil, you're going to, like any other normally established relationship, you're going to wear out your welcome. And I think that's what your real problem is. I think people felt sorry for you. I don't know if you've ever had any real genuine friendships. I think even your friendship with John, I think John pitied you. I think John was happy that you won Evo and it was cool meeting you and whatever. But I think he saw someone who was kind of lonely and kind of pitiful, and I think he wanted to show there was more to you. Maybe he was hopeful that there was more to you. And he was the one who introduced you to some of these other people. He's the one who brought you into this brotherhood, if you will. And then you went ahead and exploited the death of two of those people, two of the members of that brotherhood. And I think everybody turned on you. I think, truth be told, I don't think, maybe they didn't like you very much in the first place. You kind of, not even kind of, you're a piece of shit. And I think people were willing to overlook it, as a lot of people do with friendships, or even acquaintances, will overlook your pieces of shit every once in a while. But a detractor didn't tell you to fucking do that segment on T. A detractor didn't tell you to do that segment on Scott. A detractor didn't tell you to fuck over Howard, OJ, Respect the Pack, and John in a lot of ways. A detractor didn't make you do those things. A detractor wasn't what pushed a detractor isn't what had you and Panda break up. I think your drinking, and I think probably your mobile addiction was the problem behind that. And you were putting more and more pressure on her financially. And of course, no panty time. That's a thing too. But you want to throw everything on your haters, and that's not how it works. That's why Amber and Chantel are where they're at. And in a lot of ways, they blame a lot of their weight gain and what that weight gain has done to them because of the haters. When in actuality, they could have just turned their fucking monitors off. They could have closed their mouths for a little while. They could have actually gone outside and done something. Like, the internet is a really hard place to navigate if you don't have a very good grasp of yourself as a person. If you're, actually, I'll just come out and say it. If you're a weak person, the internet's not be a good place for you. It's really not. And you see that with lolcows. You see that with people who are just overly eccentric. If you're not a strong person, or even a stable person, if you will, if you don't have a very stable or strong relationships or friendships outside of the internet, you're going to have an even harder time on the internet. And that's what, in a lot of ways, with Darksydephil and with Wings too. I want to say that. I want to make sure I put a point on that. DSP and Wings are kind of people, are grown-ass men, who kind of were raised on the internet. Like, that's the thing I really want you guys to take away moving forward. I've hoped I have illustrated this beforehand, but I may have not, or I may have not done it well. I have a habit of doing those things. But I'd like to point that out, that DSP and Wings are two very inept individuals who were essentially raised on the internet. Social cues, money or finances, social relationships. They've gone through the ringer and all of these things on the internet because they never really learned how to do it in IRL. That's kind of one of the problems as it pertains to lolcows, is they don't have, there's something fundamentally wrong with them, but there's also something fundamentally missing in their upbringings. And now let that kind of swim in your noodle for a little while, right? Because that might take you some time to really not grasp it, but to actually see examples of it, or to actually kind of put it together. It might not be something that you might get off this broadcast. It might be a day or two. It may be a week or two, but eventually you'll see it. But these are individuals who are going through the quote-unquote growing pains on the internet. The internet's essentially teaching these people how to act. And the reason why they're pieces of garbage is because they can't, when they were in a position to be able to take the lesson and keep moving forward, they didn't. Because they thought for whatever reason they were above it. Or they believed that they had a greater understanding. And they really didn't. So when they're at their lowest, crying and whimpering on stream, begging for money to keep things afloat and do all this, this is stuff that your upbringing should teach you not to do. That your upbringing should establish that, you know, when things get tough, you should be able to go to your family, but more importantly, whatever you're doing isn't working, then you need to find something else to do to make it better, or to do better. And that's not something that was established with these people. Hence the reason they are where they are, to be honest.
To bring up the specifics of the situations, and I never have, but that's happened in the past. It sucks, but that's my life. So there you go. Okay.
And because, one more thing, because he says that sucks and that's my life and that's it, he automatically absolves himself from having to do anything. That's why he stays in his bubble. That's why he says, I can only hope things get better, but I really don't have any hopes for the future to get better. Somebody or something else needs to change or do better so he can be better. If it's not quote unquote his fault, then why should he change anything? Why should he work harder or work smarter or whatever the case may be to be better or to better his situation if he did nothing wrong? You know what I mean? That's why the whole meme of I did nothing wrong, I did everything correct really explains, and I think it expounds upon Phil Burnell as a person. He's never felt the need to do anything in his goddamn life on his own because it was never his fault to put him in the position to do anything in the first place. He thought he could just coast through life, and any type of roadblocks or something, or any type of bumps in the road, it's the road's fault. Or it's the people that are supposed to maintain the roads. Or it was the idiot that was supposed to flatten the road out. They fucked up, and now my car's screwed up. I didn't do anything. Yeah, I could have broke. I could have reacted better. Yeah, I didn't need to be drunk when I was fucking driving home. Yeah, I could have been paying attention instead of fiddling with my radio or whatever the case may be. But you can't put that on me. When you look at his situation like that, it explains why he's the piece of garbage that he is. He's not a piece... Well, he's a piece of garbage for a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons is when something happens, instead of acting upon that situation and trying to fix it and trying to learn from that situation, he reacts in a very negative sort of way and blames everybody around him for it. Because it's so much easier to react negatively. It's so much... Let me reword that. Let's say that again, I should say. It's so much easier to react negatively to a situation than to act upon that situation. If that makes sense. And that's the reason why he's the pathetic individual that he is. That's why he's so dependent on other people's mercy, generosity, whatever the case may be. And it's in a world where in some circles that's getting smaller and smaller, or there's less and less of that to go around, if that makes sense. People want to help other people who will appreciate it, and who will continue to build off of it, right? Not just go ahead and not just be built upon and expect you to just keep building. Like, if that makes sense, if that makes a little bit more sense, right? Like, if you're helping to contribute, let's give you an analogy, and then we'll move on. Think of it as like you're building a wall. Let's say the Snort Fort needs a wall to be built around it, and it kind of does. Something stronger than the mental wall that he already has up. Instead, DSP will go outside the Snort Fort, put his hoofs on his fucking hips, and being like, a wall needs to be built. And then a couple of dents will come up and start building the wall. He doesn't ever contribute to it. He doesn't tell them, hey, that right there needs to be a bit more narrow. Hey, that right there needs to be widened, whatever the case may be. He just says a wall needs to be built, and then he waddles his ass back into the Snort Fort. When he comes back out later, he expects the wall to be built, and it needs to be done. And it needs to be done to the specifications that he needs. But he won't tell you what those specifications are. He just told you he needs a wall. So once some asshole like myself comes by and kicks that wall down, and then walks away laughing, he's like, that fucking detractor, look at what that piece of shit did. And then you fucking idiots, why didn't you build the wall better? Build it again. And so they build it again. He's completely and utterly reliant on other people to do everything. And he can't do anything. He really can't. He can't design a wall. He doesn't understand the engineering that goes behind that. He doesn't understand foundations or anything of the sort. He wouldn't even know where to start. So he needs other people to do that. And if it holds, he reaps the benefits. oh, look at what I had built. He'll take all the credit for it. And he'll even stand upon it like he actually built it with his own 2 hooves. Like he was right there in the trenches with them. But if it falls, it's everybody else's fault. It's everybody else's problem. And that's what his whole fucking internet career was. It was built by other people. He was just a mouthpiece. But other people did the work. And when shit failed, he needed 2 things. Someone to blame, right? Like an opposition, an op, if you will. He needed someone to blame, and then he needed a group of people who weren't there to stand up for him or didn't do enough to stand up for him. That's it. That's all Darkseid. That's, if you listen to his MO every day, that's all you hear. These guys fucked me up. You guys didn't help me enough, or you guys need to help me more. Period. And he's completely exonerated from any other responsibility. And you can't go through life like that. That's why he's so fucked up mentally and physically now. He's literally fucked up mentally and physically like that now. And if you've ever heard any of the individuals who talk in their fucking little holes in the wall and shit, some of those people sound really, really fucked up too. All jokes aside. They don't sound very stable, not all of them. And the ones who are stable are really more casual viewers than actual fans. Just something to think about.
Next question, please. Next question. There's no questions. Where are the questions?
And this is what happens when you treat your audience like garbage. Look how dead his chat is. And then it's so heavily moderated that that how would he expect any type of normal reaction or any relevant conversation to actually be had? You heavily regulated it. It's a prison. You know, people like to use the North Korean. I think it's North Korean. It might be South Korea. I think it's North Korea. They like to use the North Korean meme all the time over there. There's a reason for that. You have to subscribe to the channel. You have to wait 24 hours before you can actually chat. And then there ain't really nobody to talk to. And if they are, they're talking about some weird shit about inserting shit up their own asses, or they're trying to kiss Phil's ass, or they need to give Phil money. There's no substance there. It's he keeps talking about meaningful content, but tell me where the meaning is in any of that.
Oh, okay, Red Gamer, now I get what you're saying. Red Gamer is saying, once I appear on the Side Scrollers podcast next week, once the podcast is done, then I should keep a link to the archived podcast. So when people bring up nonsense, all the detractor shit, I can say, hey, you want to talk about that bullshit? Go watch the podcast where I talked about it with these guys. And have a link, boom, done. We could possibly do that. I'll think about it. Here's the thing, all right? This show, the Side Scrollers podcast, is only supposed to be about an hour and a half long. I get the feeling this is going to be an extra long episode. I don't see how they're going to address every nonsensical claim against me in the time frame. You know what I'm saying? There's been so much bullshit out there, and they don't know the backstories. They don't understand them because they're newcomers to me. They haven't been following me for years and years. They don't know exactly everything, going on. So because of that, like, let's say, for example, all right,
I don't know about you, nephew, but it sounds like he's trying to set this up for a multiple appearances. Just by the way he's talking. He's talking like, hey, there's a lot that needs to be said. There's a lot that needs to be ironed out. There's a huge backstory to everything. He doesn't think it can all be... And he's right, obviously. And one of the few times a clock, even a broken clock, is right twice a day. It can't be all ironed out in one appearance. So we went from, oh, I wish I could be normal people, a normal person, I should say, and, not have to deal with any of this bullshit and just be able to talk about games, man, and have a good time, man, to now being like, hey, I got a lot of baggage. And if we're going to unpack it and we're going to wash those clothes and then iron them out and then fold it and all this might take multiple appearances. This is what he's alluding to. So keep that in mind. You know, where we've jumped from the 10th to this is like the 11th, I believe, of March.
One of the things they brought up, actually, already on a week ago on their show, one of the things that was addressed was doxing. And they said, wow, it's messed up how much information has been doxed about Phil and his fan and everything. And then someone said on the show, oh, well, you know, that's because they say Phil doxed to them. He's also guilty of doxing. So, you know, who's the hypocrite here? Who's the bigger hypocrite? I've never doxed a single person in my life. Not
well,
one.
First off, that's a lie. But two, you doxed yourself. The first person one of the first people you doxed was yourself. You doxed yourself when you had your condo walkthrough and you had a piece of mail that was clear as day with your fucking your name, your full name and information on it, and you fucked yourself over with that. Matter of fact, he fucked himself up in like 2008 or 2009 when he showed his face and he said his full fucking name and where he lived. He doxed himself theoretically there. Then this idiot had business cards that had his name. I'm pretty sure it had his name, it had a phone number, and it definitely had like an email address on it. Pretty confident. Not sure if it had his home address or whatnot, but it might have. But I know it definitely had his full name and it had an email address. So he's doxed himself plenty of times over. If you dig even further than that, there are plenty of walkthroughs where he had like boxes, like packages, like UPS, FedEx, whatever the case may be, over there next to his trash can with the address label right there. If someone really wanted to get on their CSI shit, which I'm sure people did, they found his shit off from there. DSP has doxed himself to oblivion and back. As it pertains to, I've never doxed anybody outside of what's his name? I just talked about him in the last broadcast. Not DJ Bruno. What's that guy's name? It'll come back to me. But besides the dude who had to give his license up to Phil to verify who he was, he sat there and doxed a bunch of his supporters through his Streamlabs on Twitter when he had a problem with Streamlabs or whatever the case may be, and DSP put a screenshot of all of his donators, real fucking first and last names, up on Twitter and whatnot, saying, I'm having a problem, yada, 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 and then he threw that up there, which made no goddamn sense. That made no fucking goddamn sense on why he did that bullshit. But he did. And then if you want to go even further, you can talk about all the people that he tried to threaten. Which the main one that comes up to me is the awesome one. And then if you want to even go past that, you go back for the blood gods. This is when fucking Vidal had his when he went to war against Kiwi Farms and shit, and a member of Kiwi Farms, or a couple of them, basically said, hey, if you don't denounce Brightside Viking, a person from your fucking site is from DSP's website will be doxxed. One person a day will be doxxed. DSP could have shut all of that down and kicked Brightside Viking to the curb, which he ended up doing anyway. When he gave him the Blood Eagle treatment later on, when DSP thought that his Twitch account was going to be at stake. That's when he ended up betraying Brightside Viking and stabbing him in the back. But this dude told him before that, hey, you need to get him out of there. If not, then people are going to end up suffering the consequences. DSP basically told that guy, fuck you. Well, he told Kiwi Farms, fuck you. And then all these people started getting doxxed. And the thing is DSP knew that his website had vulnerabilities and still let those people be doxxed so he could have his fucking petty little ego, because he didn't want, nor did he like Kiwi Farms dictating anything to him. So for the sake of his own ego, DSP fans got doxxed off of his own site. Whatever.
But again, so what would I have to do? Explain the backstory, and all I know is, from my perspective, when I was accused of doxing a couple of years ago, I know that situation, so I would have to explain that situation to them of what really happened. But I've literally never doxed a single person in my life. But they think I did because my detractors say I did, even though I didn't. It literally never happened. But that's the backstory. Oh, let's talk about that. And that's just going to lead to another story. And another.
My bad. PW Dubs. That's my bad. That's the guy I was thinking of. And shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? You took his information that he gave to you willingly to verify his identity, and you threw that shit into your fucking mod chat. So how the fuck are you gonna say you didn't dox anybody? Oh, you mean, oh, well, I never doxed anybody publicly. I just doxed this person to a bunch of other people who didn't know him or didn't know who he really was. At the end of the day, Phil, doxing is doxing. Whatever. Whatever. And it's those little semantic type situations, right? It's these little narratives that I'm looking forward to in this not bullshit, but in this interview. If I want to see him try to find the angles in a circle, I am looking forward to that shit immensely. Oh my god, it's just gonna be fantastic. You better hope it don't get him in trouble.
Story. And another story. So you could literally ask me one question that turns into 30 minutes. That's one question. You see what I'm saying? So there you go. Anyway. All right, guys. Last chance. Anyone have a question or whatever? Because we...
Oh, starting off with face picking. All right, guys. So this is what video is this? Let's see. I'm so sorry. Give me just a second. 10th, 11th. This right here is from the improv Q&A. This was also on the 11th. Oh boy, starting off a video picking at your face. Just how hard is it, Phil, to wash your face every couple hours? I mean, you're already incredibly greasy, so it's not like you're gonna lose that much. Jesus Christ.
Wouldn't a movie about
this is some riveting content, isn't it? This is what people come to Darksydephil for, to see this type of impactful, meaningful content.
Be a bit dull? Yes. Essentially, the high points of my... Wouldn't a movie about a streamer be a bit dull? Yes. Essentially, the high points of my life are fun to go over because they were like a whirlwind. All those like early days of streaming, well, I should say early days of YouTube content creation, becoming popular like I did out of nowhere, you know. I mean, I remember, I don't know if I ever told this story, but like, it was just so interesting with all the wrongs that had been done to me in my life. And then when I became successful on YouTube, it was kind of like a up yours kind of a deal. You know, I was making more money as a YouTuber those first few years than the CEOs of the company I used to work with that I got laid off. I was making more money than...
First off, this really should... I mean, if there was probably more begging overall, this would be a great black shirt begathon type thing. But more importantly than that, this is how mentally fucked up this dude is. You're holding on to beefs with fucking jobs that fired you, and you're saying you made more than... First off, he said he was making more than CEOs. Than the CEOs, I should say, which is already just bullshit. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? I doubt he was making more than most of the presidents of those companies, let alone CEOs. But that's how sick he is. That's how delusional he is. Let him have that. But you were holding on to that? Instead of being happy with your success, if for whatever that was worth, you wanted to... He immediately compared himself to the people he felt that did him wrong. People who probably didn't remember him, who didn't even care what the fuck he was doing. He could have very well been dead in a ditch somewhere, and none of those guys would piss on his fucking corpse to put it out. No one gave a fuck. But he's still mentally thinking about them. And he's thinking about how successful he is and how much money he has or he's made over them. Oh, look at what I went off and did after you guys laid me off, and look at how successful I am. Well, okay, Phil. Fine, I guess. But then tell me, if you supposedly have all this genius, right? If you supposedly have all this hard work, why couldn't you apply either one of those things to the job that you had? The one that you had to get laid off from. More importantly than that, Phil, you're admitting here that you've been laid off from multiple jobs. So what is it about you that keeps getting you laid off from all these jobs, Phil? He didn't just say the helicopter company with his little piggy hoofs crossed. He said multiple jobs. Multiple CEOs that he was making more money than from the jobs that he got fired from. Well, what caused him to get fired from all those jobs? Anybody? Anybody? It's okay. I'll wait.
Of the company. Those first couple of years. It's insane. I mean, what a turnaround that was, you know?
But that doesn't matter because it didn't last long. So you were making more money than supposedly the CEOs for those first couple of years and don't have shit to show for it. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the same idiot that had to go to like 3 separate banks so he could get a loan to buy the Snort fort in Washington State. 3 separate banks that he tried to convince to give him a loan so he could finally buy a house. 3. What is it about your finances, Phil, that was all fucked up that these people didn't want to give you that money? Matter of fact, Phil, you know, since I'm an asshole, if you were making more than actual CEOs of multiple companies, why the fuck did you need a loan in the first place? I'm asking a legitimate question. He said he made so much more money than them. Let me bring that back, smug bastard. Let me bring that back. If you were making so much more money than those guys, why did you need a loan in the first place? Why couldn't you just buy the house outright? I mean, that's an honest question, right, ladies and gentlemen? Why couldn't he just pay for the house outright? Why didn't you save any of that money from those first couple of years so you could go out there and buy the house that you wanted? But we'll never get an answer for that, though, right? He can go ahead and have his little hooves crossed and say he made all this money and whatever, but he had to still depend on getting a loan, went to multiple banks until he could finally get one. And then he admits later on that, you know, it was a bad move moving the way he did, when he did, because he wasn't financially stable. But he's saying right here that those first couple years, those first few years, let's give him the benefit of the doubt, he was making crazy money. He was beating out CEOs. This is what happens when you don't think before you talk. You sound stupid, and you sound even more irresponsible than I've already painted you as, or I've already pegged you for. But see, I'm just a filthy, mentally ill detractor, so that doesn't mean anything, right? It doesn't mean anything. But if you put him in front of someone of quote-unquote prominence, and they went ahead and they presented that to him, how would he react then? Something to think about.
YouTube, it was kind of like a up yours kind of a deal. You know, I was making more money as a YouTuber those first few years than the CEOs of the company I used to work with that I got laid off. I was making more money than the managers of the company those first couple of years. It's insane. I mean, what a turnaround that was, you know? But, you know, just saying it's fleeting. It doesn't last. It's very, very short-lived being at the top like that. You know,
and keep in mind, he wasn't even on top of YouTube or the YouTube gaming sphere around that time anyway. He wasn't even on top. He just spammed the system more than anybody else. That doesn't make you special. What is he running around saying? He's the most prolific? No, you're infamous. And I've been saying that forever. You're just infamous. You're not prolific. You're just infamous. You spammed YouTube. And the fact that YouTube allowed him to do that without actually investing really don't make a whole lot of sense, to be honest with you. But it's whatever. You know, it's whatever. But without YouTube, where else was he going to put his garbage? Blip TV? We already saw what happened there. That's why he can't go to another platform. He has to keep being essentially volleyed tennis. He has to be volleyed back and forth between Twitch and YouTube. He has nowhere else to go. He's not going to Facebook. He's not going to BitChute. He's not going, you know what I'm saying? Like all these other little streaming sites that are out there that he could get himself a foothold in. He's not going to do any of that. Now that I think about it too, I think depending on what version of OBS he's running, I think it was OBS 28. I think version 28, I should say. You can dual stream now. There's like a you have to get the plugin for it, but there's a plugin where there. I'm sorry. There's a plugin that will allow you to dual stream. DSP should consider doing that. He should probably do that instead of just being volleyed yet again between these two platforms. But he won't, because those platforms aren't big enough. And why would anybody go there and yada, yada, yada until he really can't go back to one of these sites? He gets demonetized on YouTube. What's DSP going to do? Honest question. DSP is currently demonetized on Twitch. He has a Twitch account. He can still stream over there. He just can't make no money with them outside of people tipping directly to his PayPal. If DSP gets demonetized off YouTube, then what? Then what? That's an honest question. And what does he keep telling you? He's the businessman with the business degree. He knows what it's like to run a successful YouTube channel. That should be an easy question to answer. It should be.
How they can all turn against you. You know what I'm saying? How the internet did. It turned against me. For sure it did. 1,000,000%. This is how you don't play is the origin of that hatred. Before this is how you don't play, the internet kind of razzed me and did dumb things. Every once in a while, you would get like a crazy person who was like, "Oh, DSP cult leader," right? But
I mean, you can keep calling him crazy all you want because it's dismissive, right? He feels like he can treat people any sort of way. But it's funny how all these mentally ill people, all these crazy people, all these kids fucked your life up. That is fan-fucking-tastic. And it's funny how these people, right, had other people who were part of your fan base or your viewer base, there's a difference between the two, who flocked to them and saw how inept you were, how much of an asshole, how much of a piece of shit you were, and it resonated with them. It's amazing how the quote-unquote, not quote-unquote, the early detractor content actually resonated with people. People who were fans of his, people who were viewers of his, and people who were just outside observers. He can keep blaming this is how you don't play all he wants. It's his fault. He's the one who made this is how you don't play as big as it is because he chose to go to war with Evil AJ. And people supported Evil AJ. And that's what got DSP mad. Because DSP was so used to people rallying around him. But if you guys remember, if you guys know the lore, DSP used to heavily regulate his YouTube comment section. He would block you for any little thing that he considered an insult or a pushback of any type. Well, you can't build a community like that. You're actually more than likely to build dissent. And then if you go back to the Chris and Teo situation over the first PC and DSP lying on them, and also about the website too, and then or the forum, I should say, and then all the other nonsense that, encompasses that whole situation, you can see why people turned on him. But he is the progenitor of that. It's his fault. It's legitimately his fault. And he went through life. He continues to go through life blaming this is how you don't play, not realizing how stupid you sound. You sound retarded saying that shit. A 50-minute video or an hour video, one of the two, it's like 58 minutes, 59 minutes. A 59-minute video pointing out how you can't do basic shit in a video game. How you can't read instructions, how you can't seem to follow objectives, how you don't understand the button layout, how you don't understand anything. You saying that video of your own ineptitudes is what hurt you. You're saying, oh, these people throwing all this nasty racist stuff in my comment section that made it up into the videos. I don't remember any racist comments being in any of those videos. But even if it was, that's a representation of you and your fan base. That's a you problem. That's not an Evil AJ problem. That's a you problem. That's your fan base. That's the fan base that you have cultivated. But see, no one ever wants to speak on that. If you're under the pignosis, you don't think about the details like that. You just go along with the narrative. And that's why he's picking at his teeth the way he is.
So this is how you don't play. That it became, we're laughing with Phil to we're laughing at Phil at his expense. We don't care if it hurts him, his business, or anything personally, as long as we get to make fun of him. That's when everything changed, you know? And that was 12 years or 11 years ago. So for 11 years, things have just gotten worse and worse and worse to now. The stuff is just insane. It's the hate mob. And logical people see it from the outside and say, what is going on? This is so stupid. They don't even understand it.
Until they decide to look deeper. And that's why DSP making the claim that if anybody took 5 minutes to actually look up the stuff that's being said about him on YouTube, they would say how crazy it is. But truth be told, the detractor community grows by the day. And the audience that follows those individuals grow by the day. DSP ain't growing. I mean, sure, there's new bot accounts made for him, I'm sure. But where is his actual growth? Where's his growth in viewership? Where's his growth of income? If he wanted to prove that he really has this dedicated fan base, why isn't there more than, I don't know, 20 people, maybe 30 people? Let's say less than 50 for sure. Why is there only like 50 people that are donating to you? Less than 50. Why don't you have 100 people, 200 people donating to you each and every month? That's a reasonable question, even if it's only $1. Even if it's only $1. Why isn't there 200 plus people donating to him? He has 200,000 subs on YouTube. He has, what, 500 gifted memberships, of course, but he's like 400 or 500 memberships on YouTube, maybe. How much of that is gifted? And outside of them donating or being paid memberships, right? Why can't each one of them give him $1 or $2 once or twice a month on top of their membership? What is that, $6 or $7? Why doesn't he have that? That's a logical question. That's a reasonable question. Something to think about.
Dark and Terry says, do you regret staying in your lane all these years and not really branching out more with interviews or co-op or collabs? I'm sure you'd have a lot more in common with some people. You know, I mean, that was always the intention. The problem was, again, This Is How You Don't Play kind of ruined everything. I mean, things were going good until late 2012. They were. And then once public opinion started turning against me, all of a sudden my friends start to get harassment for being in my content and shit. And, you know, I move across the country, right? And once I move across the country...
I'm sorry, I got to clear that at least one part up. Does anybody remember... There's a video out there. John made it. It's probably like a minute and a half, 2 minutes. I featured it, if not on this channel, on the Fight Club channel. I need to look for it now. Anyway, it's like a minute, maybe 2 minutes. It's less than 5 minutes, certainly. of John Rambo being fired from his job. Here's how basically how the scenario worked. John shows up to work one day, and one of the managers says, or one of the supervisors, or whatever, says, "Hey man, you need to talk to the owner or whatever, when you get a chance." John's like, "Okay." Excuse me. John's like, "Okay, no problem." John goes into this office, and I can't remember if they were playing one of Phil's videos at the time, or they had just finished watching one of them, or whatever the case may be, and they're like, "Yo, do you know who this guy is?" And he's like, "Yeah, it's my friend Phil." And he's like, "And you're in his content?" "Yeah." And he's like, "Yeah, you can't work here anymore." And he's like, "Why? That has nothing to do with my job, nor does that, like, why would you, wait, what? You guys are really firing me because I was in a video?" "Yeah, we don't like what this represents. And because you're associated with it, we can't have you here no more." Now, to make a long story short, I think John I hope he did. I'm pretty confident he did. He filed a lawsuit, whatever. Hopefully he got paid out. Hopefully he got paid out big. But the point being is that John lost his job over this idiot and his content. Now, yes, you guys could say, "Hey, wait a second, John agreed to be in Phil's content. You know, he's part of that. He's part of the equation as well." And he is. But no one ever suspects or ever thinks that because you're in some type of content with your friends, that it's going to get you fired or it's going to ruin some type of opportunity for you in IRL. That's what kind of content this idiot was putting out, being DSP. It was enough so that it could get one of his friends fired. That's wild. That is absolutely fucking insane. Now, truth be told, it's possible those guys were gunning for John anyway. So they just used, DSP as a pretense. But that doesn't make it any better. It really don't. That still reflects on DSP's content. Even if, and I'm just putting it out there, I'm not saying that they had, that John had any beef with anybody at his job, because I don't know that, and I want to tell you that's probably not what the situation was. But, so let's go with that narrative. So, but because of his association with Darksydephil, it got him fired. That's wild. That is fucking wild, if you think about it. So when DSP says, "Oh, these normal, these people keep attacking me," and regular people look at it and be like, "That's fucking insane," DSP should really consider, and he should have considered it right then and there when John told him about it. How do regular people actually perceive your content? Something to think about.
It's like another negative. Oh, how dare Phil get a house and everything? It's pretty crazy. If I had become reliant on things that were branching out, I probably would have been less successful, I feel, because over time those things would have dried up. What if I was only known as the co-op guy, and now all of a sudden no one wants to co-op with me anymore, right? I think maybe staying isolated may have actually been my saving grace over all these years.
That's a really stupid thing to say, and proof of that is this idiot was co-oping with his friends, and look at how quickly they picked up and left him. And that's really what he means by the co-oping part. He's not talking about other content creators or whatever the case may be. That's really his bitterness and his resentfulness against John and Howard for picking up and leaving him. And more importantly, John, after DSP moved, there was some type of arrangement that they would, continue to do co-op when DSP was ready. And DSP didn't take into account that, well, John was still going through shit himself. And when DSP was ready to make content again, John was going through some shit. And he was like, "Hey, you're going to have to count me out for a while. I have a lot that I need to do and put back together and get reestablished. I'll let you know when I'm available." And that's when DSP got into his bitch-made self, and which led to the John and Howard response and everything else that came after that. And that's not looking at John as a friend or as a partner. That's looking at John as a serf, as a slave. When I'm ready for you, you better be ready. You don't talk to your friends or your business partners like that. You don't treat them like that. But that's what DSP did.
Right? Because in reality, when I left Connecticut and I came here 9 years ago, right? What was lost? Well, no more Smart Guys Pro Wrestling Commentary and no more once-a-week collaborations with John Rambo. Was it a change? Yes.
I told y'all. I see it all.
A negative change? Of course it was. But did it end my content? No. I was still very much the same person making the same content with one aspect of that content gone. But the majority of what kept this business going was me being here all week, putting out content nonstop by myself.
Not true, because DSP kept putting out the notion that John may be back. John may be back. We have to give it time. Eventually, DSP just started sending people out there, if you will, or he put the inkling out, and people just started going at John. Not going at him. Let's reword that. People started to message John on a regular type basis on when you're coming back to DSP's content, when you guys going to collab again, yada, yada, yada. After DSP kind of publicly challenged him, other people took that baton, if you will, and ran with it. And were basically like, are you gonna be coming back soon? When you're gonna come back? DSP says he has all this stuff planned and he's just waiting on you. Hopefully you come back soon. And it might have started off innocent enough at first, but after a while it just becomes annoying. And people can become resentful because of it. So DSP still, yet again, doesn't realize that he's the architect of his own destruction. And he did a fantastic job at it. You know what I'm saying? Like, to be honest with you, despite whatever quote-unquote DSP has built, how he destroyed it is far more impressive. It really is. If I was to give him any credit on anything, which is not something that I do much of, not so much anymore, I would say how he brought all of this down upon himself. how Darksydephil has fucked himself over out of friendships, relationships, business opportunities and arrangements and all of that it's inspirational in a lot of ways. In that, if this idiot could be given all these opportunities and he could fuck them up, any of you who are sitting at home wondering what you could do, or what will you do next, or what will you might do next? Let's reword that. What will you might do next? For all of you at home wondering what could you do next, or what should you do next, or what is out there for you, there's plenty. You gotta go out there and try. You gotta take some risks. And eventually you'll get in where you fit in. But you have to try. Don't be like this asshole who had everything essentially given to him on a silver platter, by fluke or not, and still figured out a way to fuck it all up. And then had the nerve to say that people are jealous of him while he's sitting around with his fucking snout in the dirt looking for scraps. And the fact that people actually repeated that oh, you're just desperate, or not desperate, you're just you're just fucking, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, you're just jealous of DSP because of what he has. He doesn't have anything. That's why he begs. That's why he's always begged. He doesn't have anything. He just has a platform, and essentially he has pignosis. There's nothing real there. There's nothing meaningful there. He drove all of that off, or he burned all that up. Jealousy in Darksydephil, as it pertains to his opposition, or to his namesayers, or to his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics, shouldn't even be a thing. It shouldn't be a thing. If his detractors dry up, or if they jump ship, he's fucked. Because there's nobody else to blame at that point. DSP has built his career on his namesayers. He really has, if you really think about it. Anytime anything goes wrong, it's YouTube and my haters. Anything goes wrong, oh, it's Twitch and my haters. Anything goes wrong, oh, it's that dumb bitch who is always complaining about some dumb shit. Oh, and my haters. His haters have always been his go-to. Just like in the FGC in a lot of ways. Just like in IRL. Let me give you another example. He told a story about when he was working at that predatory financial institute or whatever. And he said he got fired in an unjust way, but this is what really happened. There was a girl that he was working with that he liked, and she was sleeping with somebody allegedly. She was sleeping with someone in like middle or upper management. DSP saw that go on and went ahead and ratted them out to another superior. That superior basically said, fuck off and mind your business. The other two found out, and then he was gone not too long after that. Just because he liked that girl, but he was mad that that girl was fucking her way up, allegedly, was fucking her way up, up the food chain, and it wasn't him. And so he got mad about it. Matter of fact, I can give you, and that right there is part of a pattern. Let me give you another one. Let's talk about how he bought the condo in the first place in Connecticut. There was some girl that wherever he was working at, it might have even been the same place. It might have been the same girl, but whatever. Wherever he was working at the time, this girl said that she had a condo for sale, and DSP bought the condo thinking that he was going to impress her. Like, oh yeah, see, I can afford it. I got that. Whatever. Come to find out, the chick had a boyfriend. And basically DSP was a mark for himself, so they treated him like a mark. And DSP bought the condo, and the girlfriend and the buyer or the seller and the girlfriend laughed their way to the bank, and DSP got stuck with the condo and didn't get the girl. That's how DSP ended up buying his condo in Connecticut, trying to impress some chick who essentially finessed him into buying a condo. But I can't even say that she did that. I can't even say that she finessed him. He finessed himself. He played himself. That's what happened. That's what happened. So essentially, if I remember the story correctly, that's how that situation played out. So, just to give you guys an idea of this fucking dumbass and how he believes the world works. And then you see the repercussions of how the world really is. Something to think about.
And that continued. So imagine now if 50% of my content was collaborations, travel, interviews, and all that went away, I probably would have went out of business. So maybe it made sense to do things the way that I did, And it was just luck. It wasn't like I was thinking ahead. It was just blind luck. You know what I'm saying?
Well, oh my God, imagine that. I've been telling you guys, hey, he's a poser. He's a fake. His whole career was a fluke. And now DSP is admitting it. I want to say congratulations, but fuck you. I'm not going to do that. But that's good on him to admit it. That's good on Phil to admit that, hey, you're a fluke. You're a poser. You're a fake. You got, excuse me, it was literally dumb luck that you got to where you're at. And so you pissing it away is yet again another out for him because, oh, well, I never planned for it. It was dumb luck that it all happened. So the fact that I ended up fucking it all up and it ended up going all the way, well, I didn't plan for it in the first place, so it's not a big deal that I lost it. Sorry, Phil. I know I shouldn't be cutting off all of your angles on your failure, but like any bacon connoisseur, I need to make sure. I need to make sure. I'm not necessarily a savant when it comes to this bullshit, but I need to make sure every piece of bacon needs to be tested. Quality control, if you will.
Oh, let's see here. Oh, troll. There we go. I can just ignore the moron. Here, I will just say this, and I'll move on. The best.
It's just fantastic because he can't do it. I love how DSP says, "Oh, a troll, no big deal. I'm just gonna ignore it," and then he has to speak on it. And the reason why is this goes back to DSP's ego. DSP's ego will not let someone slight him, even in the smallest sort of way, and walk away. He can't do it. There's just something about him. And it's funny, it's the people who have so little who always put themselves on this huge pedestal like they represent so much. And that's literally Darksydephil in a nutshell. No pun intended. That's what encompasses him and makes him up. You know what I'm saying? Because he has nothing else. He has, especially when his chat is already boring. His audience, for the most part, is already boring and not providing him any entertainment. So he has no choice but to go at. He has to go at it the way he does. The thing is he's still very selective on how he does it. But it's really all in the wording. You don't even really need money at times to make this shit happen. This is something that Third Eye the Third and Snow Carl have already kind of proven, so to speak. You don't necessarily need money all the time to get a point across to Phil, or to get to Phil, or to have Phil respond to you. It doesn't really take much. Third Eye the Third is probably one of the better representations. He threw money at Phil, sure, but not in the way most people try to troll Phil now.
The most hilarious, unfair, completely unqualified criticism I've gotten over the years. You can say, originally when I was a Let's Player, my gameplay was inferior. I blamed the game. I blamed the game developers too much. I had ridiculous, over-the-top, risque commentary that was sexual and had to do with race and shit like that. I would argue all of that criticism is correct. All of it. You could say I was obstinate, I was immune to change and things like that. I will actually agree with you there, okay? All these things have been discussed.
Now, another thing, too, is I also, as we're going through all of this, I want you to see how he's trying to lay down the groundwork for the interview that's going to come later. I think, honestly, he did this over the 4 or 5 days, whatever it was, to try to start safeguarding himself, to try to cocoon himself in like this gouty mucus of, oh, these people are going to bring this thing up, but I've already admitted to those things. This is something that people have said to me for years, and I finally get it, and I'm finally admitting it. You can't keep using that against me. But that's not true, because if you start getting into the details of those allegations, you can be hurt. You will be hurt, to be honest with you. And then you're still going to have to explain shit. And you cannot keep giving up these same bullshit gouty arguments, or you can't wave your hoof away on some of this shit just because you've gone over it for the 100th time or whatever the case may be. Because the more details you add to a story, or that you bring out within that story, the more problems it is for him, for most people, to be honest. And he wants to try to avoid that right away. So he thinks, if I just admit that I fucked up now, you guys can just overlook that. And that's not what's going to happen. Let's hope, anyway.
Ad nauseum in the documentaries and things that I've already responded to. But the one criticism that's the absolute most hilarious is that, oh, see, over the years, you're just a beggar now. It's like, hold on. Hold on a second here. All right? My history is directly dependent on the history of people hating on me and ruining my very successful business. Until people...
You see what, yet again, it's some Gouty Savant type shit. You see what I said about how he needs his haters? He himself is applying his history to the history of hate that's on him. That same history, ladies and gentlemen, that he says should be overlooked, it should be dismissed, it's unfair, it's unfounded. Why would you want to attach yourself to that? Your history and then the history of your haters should be two separate things, not the same goddamn thing. I understand what he's trying to say about how it's intertangled and all that shit, but it really shouldn't be. That should literally be two sides. It should be two opposing arguments. It's two sides of history that is running parallel to each other. They shouldn't be the same goddamn thing. But he needs it to be, because he thinks that's the only way he can cement his argument. And you want to sit here and talk about how your haters, excuse me, you want to sit here and say how your haters have fucked up all your opportunities for you. But how about how you fucked up Project 7? You don't want to talk about that? You don't want to talk about how you mistreated Panda in her time of need? You don't want to speak on that? You don't want to speak on how much of a piece of shit you were in the FGC, and then how you stole people's tournament footage and put it on your own channels for profit? You don't want to speak on that? There's a lot of really fucked up narratives on DSP if you're willing to look. But you want to focus on this little bit here. All right, no problem.
Actively stole my content to make This Is How You Don't Play, and basically ruined the ability for people to enjoy my raw content because it became make fun of Phil because it's toxic, or you're not in the in crowd, right? That's what ruined the business. And then
think about what he's saying here, though. Yet again, he's attacking This Is How You Don't Play because Evil AJ has probably one of the most palatious fucking condos ever in that bitch. I need to reach out to him one day and send him a bottle of champagne. Same thing with Tevin, because I'm sure Tevin has a really nice wing of that. He has a nice palatial fucking high rise up in that bitch too. I need to really send these guys some champagne or something. But it's crazy how you. Okay. Let me reword this. So, you're saying This Is How You Don't Play fucked you up because no one wanted to see the raw content anymore. They just wanted to go to the edited shit. They wanted to go, that's not shit, but you know what I mean. They wanted to go to the edited content that makes fun of you and do this, that, and the third. And you yourself didn't think, well, does that mean that the raw content is garbage? Does it mean that it's bad? Is that why? Is it that me putting out between 10 and 20 something minute videos 50 times a day? Is there a problem with me doing this? Is this really hurting me? Like, none of that right there was none of those things were factors in this equation. It's, oh, he's pointing out something, everybody likes it, everybody's laughing at it, he's my issue and he's the bane of my existence from here on out. Not what I was already doing. Not what I was already doing that incubated the situation. You see how, like, you guys see what I'm saying, like what I'm trying to point out, or like how his thought process works. And here's the thing. Here's the reality of it all. You're not going to go to any podcast and that's going to carry weight. It's just not. You're not going to sit there and be able to throw This Is How You Don't Play up in the air and say, this fucked me up. And everybody's going to agree with that. It doesn't. It sounds ludicrous. This shit isn't an exposed video. Like, if you really think about it, it's not an exposed video. It's not like a documentary showing how much of a piece of trash you are. There's a bunch of those now. It's a video showing how shitty you are at gameplay. It shows how weak you are in character. It shows you how weak you are as it pertains to your commentary and the gameplay itself. And the many people in your comment section who tell you that on a regular basis that you ignored. That's what it did. Now, you could say, one could make the argument that, hey, you know, GTG, that sounds like an expose to me. And it kind of is, but you know what I'm saying? It kind of isn't. Not in the way that he's making it out to be. And that's what makes it sound stupid. And then on top of that, This Is How You Don't Play is entertaining. It's entertaining. It's a refuge, if you will, also, for people to be able to lay a comment down and not worry about it being policed. Not worrying about it being shadow banned or cast away. This Is How You Don't Play opened up. It wasn't just a market to make fun of Phil or be profitable, but it was also an avenue that allowed people to actually state their opinions, and DSP couldn't shut it down. He couldn't hide it. DSP will sit there and tell you that everybody loves him and loves his content and all that nonsense. The truth is, This Is How You Don't Play proves otherwise. It proves that no, not everybody loved your content. Not everybody loved the way you went about it. And when people try to correct you and your ignorance, you got rid of them instead of actually fixing the problem, which was you. That's what This Is How You Don't Play represents. So, and so the fact that it got as big as it did, or the fact that it was as destructive or devastating as it was, is because of him. Not because of Evil AJ, and not because This Is How You Don't Play. You have elevated them to that mountaintop. You put them there. Evil AJ didn't set out for all this. Evil AJ had a point. He had an agenda, and he had a point that needed to be proven. He proved it. You're the one who demonized it, and by demonizing it, you brought more attention to it, and more people, it resonated with more people. They saw the truth that Evil AJ was trying to put out there, and all the other This Is How You Don't Play, all the other This Is How You Don't Play creators that came after him. You reinforce, essentially, their existence by how you acted, and how you continue to act. And he don't get it. But it's easier to isolate that blame on one single thing. It's This Is How You Don't Play's fault. It's Tevin's fault. It's SOK's fault. And go down the line. It's the restreamer's fault. It's the pieces of shit that clip my content's fault. It's these mentally ill commentators out here. It's their fault. And you just go down the line. But it's so much easier to isolate a single thing at a single time and point to it and say, that's what fucked me up. But to the average person who sits down and watches it, they're going to find that shit to be funny. They're going to find that it won't resonate with them the way he makes it sound. But inside your own little echo chamber, you can say whatever the fuck you want and it can sound good. But when you actually get out there on a bigger stage or on an unfamiliar platform, that's when the truth really finds its way.
Over the years, like false copyright strikes, right? Things like that ruined the channel. So number one, you ruined my popularity by making me fun to hate. Then for the people that were left who were still enjoying the content for what it was, you ruined the popularity of the channel by breaking the law. So you systematically ruined my business. So you say, well, now you beg too much. Well, I never did until you ruined my business. You understand? I was fine. I didn't have a Patreon. I didn't have people donating via PayPal and Super Chats. None of that existed.
That's a lie, because if you go back to like 2008, 2009, he's always had a PayPal link in the sidebar of his channel back in those days. He's always had that. And then he was begging for views. And truth be told, and this is just me, because I have yet to be able to find it. I swear that there was a video or he had commented somewhere on taking donations to help get the money together to get that house, to get the Snort for in Washington. do not, I repeat, can't tell people on the internet to do anything, but do not take that as the gospel, or as the Gouty gospel, if you will. Do not do that. It's just, I remember listening something in a super fucking old video, and I wasn't thinking about it at the time, and I wish I had figured out where that video was at, where it sounded like, hey, he was essentially like, not crowdfunding, but fundraising essentially to help get that house, to get the Snort for it. I just can't remember where it is, and I haven't been able to find it, and like I said, that might be myself just jumping through 2 or 3 different videos and putting something together that may have not even been there. So take that as the Gouty grain of salt. But he's been begging his entire career. And that's why he can keep pushing this shit back to, they can blame me for shit that I did 10 years ago, but that's not who I am now. Well, because he's not expecting anybody to go back 10 fucking years or more and actually go through all the details, because it's too much. It legitimately is too much to go through. To go through every little detail of every piece of bullshit that he's ever done. And he's depending on that. He banks on that. And in some cases, he's not wrong.
You ruined my business. It wasn't me. Yes, there was plateauing. Yes, there was a decline. But the business wasn't ruined overnight by my actions. It was literally ruined by the actions of hateful people against me. I'm
sorry, you must be a real tard. Did you not listen to what you said? You said that you were already slipping. You were already going into a decline. So there were already problems before, quote unquote, these people came in and ruined your business. You were already having issues. Issues that you're admitting here was on you. You're saying that these people were coming in and basically providing the death nail. But he just admitted that he was already having problems, and that the business was already sliding and in a decline before these guys showed up, quote unquote. You're not making a good argument for yourself when you say shit like that. In one of the few situations where you should be saying the decline or the sliding of the business was directly correlated with the people who were fucking with me. The one time that you should have mixed both of those together, or you should have entangled both of those together, you should have entwined those two things together, you choose not to. You choose to publicly admit that, hey, the business was already slipping, it was already fucking up, and then these guys decided to fuck with me too. You took the responsibility off of them. I gotta bring this back. I gotta bring that back.
Ruined my business. It wasn't me. Yes, there was plateauing. Yes, there was a decline, but the business wasn't ruined overnight by my actions. It was literally ruined by the actions of hateful people against me. If you didn't do those things to turn public opinion against my content, to actually make it so that my YouTube channel was kicked out of the algorithm so no one would see my content suggested anymore, if those things didn't happen, DSP Gaming never would have shrunken the way that it did. I wouldn't have.
But you just said well. First off, you already proved my point anyway. But you said that you weren't growing, which is what plateauing means, Phil. Just in case you don't know. And you said you were declining, which means you were already sinking in the algorithm. Your relevance was already dropping. If you're not growing and you're tanking, essentially, how much damage was really done to you? Yes, the business was going to eventually fuck up. Sooner than later, it was going to fuck up. But then again, ladies and gentlemen, DSP keeps telling us, I'm going to be here, man. I'm going to be here every day. There's no way that you're going to get rid of me. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be here. I'm not going anywhere. So what the fuck is this? What are we crying about with this? If that's really the case. And then, yet again, he's already admitting that the business wasn't going anywhere except for down. He wasn't growing. He was already tanking. And then he went ahead and put all the emphasis on this is how you don't play. His actions directly fucked him over there yet again. So that's number 3 on the list. Make that make sense. Put it together for me. He's been giving, I think he gave too much credit. I think he's been giving his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics way too much credit. At least in those early years, I think he might have been giving them way too much credit. I think, to be honest with you, it's not even that he really gave them way too much credit. It's just, it is. He gave he laid down the groundwork for his failure on his own, and he's already admitting it. But then he's trying to overwrite his own admission because he has to try to stay face. I don't know about you, but a man with pride can admit his mistakes. Any person, I should say, with pride can admit their mistakes. DSP can't do that. And admitting your mistake is one thing, but being able to hold to it and really accepting it's another. You can say whatever the fuck you want to say to try to appease people all you want, but it takes a real person of character to own it.
Channel for several years to be a full-time streamer on Twitch, and I certainly would have changed my business model to now be reliant solely on the viewers, which you call e-begging. You created the situation, and now you don't like it. You're to blame. Look in the fucking mirror. I wasn't like this until you...
And then here's the crazy part, and this is what I've been trying to tell you. When he does shit like this, he's doing it... It's literally focused on his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. This shit isn't focused to his fan base, who have made some of the same claims over the years. Excuse me. You would think he would be trying to address them. But no, he has to address his detractors. Or the people that he's really trying to cultivate. Every time DSP has one of these little situations, right? He's trying desperately, and he's failing miserably, to try to convert you. And this is going out to any detractor who would even be listening to this, but he's trying to convert you. He's trying to show you that, hey, I've been fucked up. You know what I'm saying? And it's not necessarily fair. And what I'm saying is not going to get you to stop making content, but Jesus Christ, how much more are you going to try to hurt me that hasn't already been done? So you guys keep accusing me of doing this, that, and the third. Well, look at your forefathers who fucked me up beforehand. I don't know why he would think that would work. I don't know why he would think there'd be any type of sympathy for him when the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics have had a history of going after each other. So that don't make a whole lot of sense why you think you would get any type of sympathy of any type. But whatever. Whatever. It's pretty short-sightedness, to be honest with you. But anyway. So, what point are you trying to make? Like, you're supposed to be trying to appeal to the people who give you money and support you. Not to me. Or anybody else. You're not going to get any sympathy out of me. I know you're bullshit. I know it better than some of the people who listen to that shit every fucking day. So how the fuck are you going to convert me? That doesn't make any sense. I can remember when you told people that, yes, I lied to you guys to protect my family. The average dent doesn't get that or doesn't remember that. I remember when you told your stream that, hey, they should have given her a pill and left her somewhere. I don't know how you can say that about someone that you just got out of a relationship with. I don't care how mad you are. You don't say something like that publicly. That is some legitimate, hateful, retarded shit. That's legitimately what that is. Especially given how vulnerable she was at that time. And you can think whatever you want to think about Panda or Leanna. But she didn't deserve that. Even if she was sliding down Tyrone's fucking pole, she didn't deserve that.
Other whole successful business I had. And you're all immune to it because you all hid behind the internet in anonymity because little pussies you are. You know? But that's the most unfair criticism I get. The e-begging thing, listen. You can say it's too much, it annoys the viewers. That I can
see. You're being an idiot about that too. About wanting people to go ahead and show who they are, say who they are, whatever. If everybody did that, Phil, then what prevents anybody from actually going to your house and actually doing something to you? What about that wouldn't encourage someone else to go out to your house and do something to you or to your family? You do realize that, right? Like, once you start taking shit away from people and to the point where they feel like they have nothing to lose, or they feel like they've been slighted, they may act upon it. See, not everybody's going to be a coward like you and sit in your little filthy ass office and talk your shit. Someone might eventually really want to do something. Then what? And it's funny because when you look at lolcows in general, DSP has had it fairly lucky compared to most. There are some guys out there that are really going through the fucking ringers. There's some people out there who really may have a reason to be in fear or to live in fear to some degree. DSP is not there. But see, and the reason why I say that is because DSP's whole life is on the internet. Instead of people attacking him in real life, quote unquote, meaning bringing the fight to his doorstep, which no one's encouraging, people fuck with his life where his life actually has meaning, on the internet. Because he doesn't have a real life in IRL. He has an existence. His whole life, quote unquote, is online. And that was done by his own design. He was the architect of that. So whatever happens is whatever happens. So you can keep sitting there talking all that sweet shit all you want about, oh, we should take away this and we should take away that and blah, 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 blah. Whenever people start saying that people's rights need to be started to get taken away, they are usually the ones who are going to suffer the most because of it. And he should really think about that, especially as he's getting older. And especially as there are more and more people who want regulations on the internet. Even on YouTube. Like, yeah, I understand that they just changed the profanity, the whole profanity, not narrative, what's the word I'm looking for? Ruling, I guess. I guess I'll use ruling for right now, because I'm lacking a better term, or at least one that I can think of. They've changed that up. You know what I'm saying? They realized that it was a little bit too heavy-handed. Let's bring that back and whatnot. This will be the new narrative. This will be the new rule set or whatever the case may be. But if they really, really, really wanted to clamp down on that shit, DSP's fucked. DSP is really, really fucked. Because, Jesus Christ, there are people who I watch. Let me give you an example, actually. A guy I really enjoy watching. His name is Jewoodle. And he does 7 Days to Die content. He does a lot of other content, actually. But he's mainly known for 7 Days to Die. He doesn't even say 7 Days to Die, like the full title of the game. He doesn't even say that anymore because he could get demonetized for it. So, you know what I'm saying? And that's something that you're seeing across the board. A lot of people who play Death by Daylight, for example, a lot of their content is getting demonetized because of the nature of the game, right? So the internet is quickly changing. Sooner than later, people like Phil are going to keep getting hit. What's he going to do? He's going to keep putting gameplay out with no commentary? What's he going to do next? His commentary is already non-existent anyway, if he's not reading out shoutouts or insulting somebody in the chat. Well, what's going to happen if, you going ahead and shitting on people in your chat? That's not going to work no more. Oh, well, I have a right to defend myself. Nah, that's not going to work anymore. So you might not want to do that. So what's he going to do? He's going to stop shouting out fucking contributions? Is he going to actually start talking about the game? No, he's not going to do either one of those things. So then what? Run back to Twitch. And Twitch is already heavy-handed as fuck, and it's going to get even more heavy-handed as time goes on. So then what's he going to do? He's literally going to... It's going to go full circle. Eventually. Either A, he's going to have to... First off, streaming is going to probably be out of the question, or it could be completely out of the question, if he don't learn how to commentate. Or B, he's going to have to put out... videos with no commentary and then voice it over later. If shit gets real. And in a few years, who knows where any of this could go. But here's the point. The warning signs for a lot of that is going on right now. And he's doing nothing to try to change or adapt to it. Yet again, he's the architect of his own fuck-ups. You can't keep going around blaming everybody else. It's just not going to work. It's not really working now.
Just to say, oh, you rely on others for your income. It's like, and? You created the monster. Now you don't like the monster. You created the Frankenstein, and now the Frankenstein's destroying the village, choking the villagers, and burning everything down, and you're pissed about it. Oh, I don't like that he's like that. You made me like that. I didn't used to have to do that. I didn't have crowdfunding until you destroyed my profitability on DSP Gaming. You're an idiot, and you can't live with yourself. Because you can't live with your consequences of your own actions. That's really the truth about these mobs of internet trolls. They absolutely will not be held accountable for their own actions. It's the ultimate hypocrisy. You have to hold dark.
Are you accusing trolls of having troll remorse? He really does believe those troll emails that he gets about, oh, I was a former detractor or a fan of former detractors and I see the flaw of my ways. That's what this is. Because I've heard other lolcows say this silly shit too. Yikes. Oh, yikes. That's sad. Wow. Literally talking about troll remorse. That's special.
Phil fully accountable for every single thing he ever said and done. But God forbid we ever have to look at ourselves and look at what we did to him and for 1 second say, oh shit, well, yeah, he actually was successful until we ruined everyththing for him. So, they don't want, no, they can't do
Wait. I'm sorry, I have to point this out. Why would that matter? Or what would that do? And I say that because when people say, hey, DSP, you fucked around and said this and that about this person. You fucked around and said it about this streamer. You said all these really horrible things about all these people. Don't you think it's time to apologize? Don't you think you should try to fix that and mend those bridges or whatever the case may be? Oh, well, if I did, what's the point? It doesn't change anything. I can't keep living in the past. I can't fix the things that I've done. All I can do is move forward. So why the fuck would anybody want to apologize for anything that they've ever said or done or trolled to him? It's not going to do anything. By his own logic, it's not going to do anything. It's not going to fix anything. It's not going to make anything better. What's the point? Something to think about.
Ultimate levels of hypocrisy. And they won't ever, ever address that in a rational fashion because it destroys their whole arguments against me. You see?
This is what happens, ladies and gentlemen, when you're in your own fucking bubble for too damn long. The illogical starts to sound logical. The irrational starts to sound rational. Take it all in.
Okay. Huh? Hard water, I completely agree with you. This super chat says, stop talking about this. Move forward with your life. I have. You can't change what has happened. You're right. You can only change what will happen from now on. Yes and no. I can try, but when you have a hate mob following you, literally around the internet, consistently trying to destroy anything positive that you say or do around your own self or your business, there's not much you can do. I feel like all I can do is I can control what we're doing right here. That's what I can control. Like literally right here, this is it. And sadly, the nonsense continues outside of the stream. And I can't control the nonsense. I can't do anything about it.
The nonsense affects the stream directly. The nonsense is the stream itself is directly predicated on the nonsense that happens outside the stream. He doesn't even realize how much control his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics actually have over him. He does. He's trying to stay face or stay snout, whatever. But truth be told, like, his whole life is dictated by the opposition. Completely and utterly. He can't move past it. He can't fix it. He can't do anything about it because, as I said earlier, he feels like he didn't fuck up. They did. So someone else should fix the problem for him. Someone else should change the platform and its rules. Someone else should elevate him through his plight and make things better because he feels he didn't do anything wrong. So why should he have to do anything if he didn't do anything wrong? Excuse me. And that's the problem. And he's sitting here now saying, oh, I can control everything directly on my stream. No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. There's going to always be somebody who is literally mentally going through his pork ramen bowl of a noodle who has something on him or is bothering him or frustrating him in some type of way. It's always going to be like that. It's been like that. It was like that before the rise of the restreamers. It'll always be that way. And there's more restreamers now than there's ever been.
Continue with their narratives. It's funny because I'm about to be on the Side Scrollers podcast this week. So Stuttering Craig knows about me because he knew me as a G1, an original fan of his old business, screwattack.com, from the mid-2000s. He also knows of me as a YouTuber from the 2013 era when I appeared at his gaming convention, Screw Attack Gaming Convention, 10 years ago. But
he doesn't really know you. He barely remembers you from the fucking... He barely remembers you, barely, from that initial... From you being a fan from G1 or whatever the fuck that is. Not whatever it is, but you know what I mean. Whatever that situation was. He barely remembers you there. And then you actually... and then 2013, he kind of can try to resonate. He can kind of resonate with you, but yet again, he kind of don't because he's not familiar with any of your content, really. And he's not really familiar with you. So yet again, we're putting out a false narrative on literal phantom bullshit. Literally. That right there, those two situations are not enough to establish a relationship, and neither one of you reached out to each other to reinforce that relationship. You are two fucking farts in the wind by all, and by all intents and purposes. Or two fucking phantom snorts, if you will. You guys aren't friends. You're not even acquaintances. You're really not. You're a fan of their content. He vaguely remembers you from some situation. That's it. And even through his content, you don't know him. You know of him, but you don't know him.
Since then, but when he was trying to restart his podcast, he said, oh, that's an interesting name. Let me get him on the show. Immediately when he announces I'm on the show, the hate begins. Right? I didn't do that. I didn't even mention I was going to be on the show. That's the haters. You understand that? That's not me. I didn't create that situation, Hardwater. They did. They're the ones who continue the nonsense, right? So now here's a bunch of outsiders who know absolutely, positively nothing about me. And they just wanted to have me on the show because it sounded like I'd be a fun guest, right? Instead, now it can't be a normal show for them. It has to be an interrogation show because the haters have bombarded them so much with negativity about me that now if they don't do that, you know what I'm saying? They're just going to be attacked nonstop. What is that? So Hardwater, it's funny because you say you can only change what will happen from now on. No, I can't. I can't. I feel like sadly, the only thing I can control...
And great screenshot. The funny thing is, and this really shows like how people really fuck with his head, like how much space that people really take up in his dome. He doesn't mean it like that, but this right here is a great depiction of that. But truth be told, Stuttering Craig and the side scrollers are going to try to make of that what they can, because that's what it is to run a business. When you're given lemons, you make lemonade. You coming onto the show with no detractors, trolls, haters, or critics involvement means jack shit. Let me explain. The reason why is you barely have any viewership yourself, and you barely are getting any contributions. That's why you keep crying about fucking what is it that people need to keep contributing to him? If not, he'll be resorted to doing this. Eating lunch meat sandwiches and shit. Just eating sandwiches in general, right? Like that's such a terrible thing to have. A couple of sandwiches on your day off and some chips or some shit, whatever. So they're barely keeping you afloat, barely. So what is the Side Scroller podcast going to get out of that? If you really think about it, what great bounty are they going to get out of your audience that they're not giving to you? And let's say hypothetical pignosis, if your contributors did show up to the podcast and gave large sums of money, well, what does that say about you? That your own audience would come out and support them immensely, and you're not getting any of that money. You're not getting a cut of that. So what does that say about you and your content and your support? For them, Stuttering Craig is trying to build an audience. He's trying to build viewership. Good or bad, that's what he's trying to do. And you got to take the good with the bad when it comes to that. Now, I'm someone that'll tell you, not all money is good money and not all publicity is good publicity. But publicity is still publicity. So they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. You're the one who's wrestling with it. You're the one that has a problem with it. And the reason why is because he has a problem with the profitability that could come from it. The troll dollar, right, is going to be circulating over there on Stuttering and the side scroller ecosystem for a little while. If this interview really takes off, it's gonna rotate around for a little while. If it falls flat, then it falls flat. But either way, you're someone who has cut yourself off, or you've at least attempted to cut yourself off from the trolling community, and more importantly, the trolling economy. That's you who did that. So don't get mad that they announced it because they're trying to build hype and interest. That's what they're supposed to do. You're the one who seems to be going out his way to hinder them. And I'm sure somebody out of the four has figured that out. But we'll see.
Chair. Anything that happens on the periphery outside of this chair, I can't control. It's a narrative created by a mob of really messed up people, right? I can't just go on side scrollers like a normal guest, like I should have the right to, and have fun with a bunch of guys who are all like-minded about games, because these idiots have to ruin everything and turn it into it's all about them. Because ultimately, it's the truth. When you really think about it, was it about me? Did I demand that all this drama happen or whatever? I was going to be just a normal guest on that show. But then they made it about them. But what about our agendas? What about our questions? What about our demands? Who are you? Who the fuck are you? Why do we have to answer to you? Right? I mean, in reality, that's really what should have been. Why does anyone
Because the mob dictates everything. If you don't have an audience, you don't have nothing. Period. You hear about it on Twitch all the time. You got people out there who, and not to take shots at anybody, because that's not something to take a shot at, but you got people out there on Twitch and YouTube, actually, who have streamed for days, weeks, months, or years to nobody. To not a single fucking person. You know how demoralizing that must feel? The mob dictates everything. Because the mob is viewership. The mob is money. The mob is relevance. The mob is propaganda. Or at least the facilitators of that propaganda. They're the ones that are going to keep spreading the propaganda, I should say. That's how important people are. He don't see that. You, Phil, are a monkey. That's part of the circus, which is this part of the internet. And your job is to dance. And guess what, monkey? You go and dance. You don't have no control over this. You don't have no say-so in this. You want to know why? Because you don't hold no cards of relevance to. Your name isn't even your name anymore. Your name is the audience behind you who was willing to see the show and interact with the show. That's what that is. The main draw, if you went on any platform and talked to any person, isn't going to initially be the audience who they already have. It's going to be the people who come in, who's going to be ushered in. Right? That's the new people that are going to follow you in to see what you have to say, to see what lies you're going to propagate, to see what false narratives you're going to put out. Because that's the point. Ladies and gentlemen, I've said this before. The type of publicity that Darksydephil has, you can't pay for. Now, just because he's a fucking idiot and he don't know how to profit off of it, same thing with Wings, same thing with Boogie, same thing with a lot of these lol cows. Just because they can't profit off of it is their fault. But you can't pay for this type of publicity. Good or bad, you can't pay for that. And that's what keeps his name relevant. But his name isn't relevant. When you look at, for example, when you look up your favorite detractor of choice, right? Their names outshine DSPs. You know how DSP says people hang on or hang up or kind of hang off his name, or they ride his coattails, or whatever the case may be. It's really very much the other way around in our current day and age. I want to say it's been like that for a while, and it probably has, but you know what I mean. It's way more pronounced now. That's what it comes down to. At the end of the day, if this is going to bring the side scrollers attention, money, if that's going to get their name out there, if it's going to get the brand out there, then so be it. DSP, you're a stepping stone. Prepare to be stepped on. That's what your purpose is. Your time is done. You're never going to hit 1 million subs. You're not. I'm sorry, you're not. It's just not going to happen. There are too many roadblocks. There are too many talented people out there to let that happen. Jesus Christ, you got people out there who stream to nobody, who have put more time, who put more money, and put more of themselves into what they're doing than you ever have, than you ever will. You'll never be able to beat that. You're an infamous piece of garbage in this super small part of the internet. You're not relevant in gaming. You know what I'm saying? You're on this little offshoot and shit. You're part of this little part of you're part of this little piece of lint on the internet. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't mean to keep trivializing it, but I don't mean to keep trivializing it. But he is literally on the dark side, no pun intended. Okay, I'm lying. There's a lot of pun intended of gaming relevancy in the gaming universe. That's where he is. This is for a niche audience, for a niche group. Whatever it is that Craig's trying to grow, or whatever they're trying to build over there, or whatever, they haven't been corrupted completely yet. Because there's a lot out there about Craig and some of his dealings with Screw Attack or whatever. I'm interested. I'm really interested on how some of that played out, but let's save that for another time. But there's a lot out there that I want to know. But with that being said, they're trying to build something and they're trying to really elevate. They have a plan, they have an idea, they have goals you don't. You're looking to latch on like a parasite, like cancer, and hope that you can get some life off of somebody else. And even with that, you still don't have a plan on what you could do or what you should do. You just want to latch on, and that's it. And that's where your real problem comes to play. But back to my initial point. The mob controls everything. The mob is where the demand is. And they understand that. And they better.
Answer to you. You're a bunch of nobodies. No one cares about you. Bunch of hate mongers on the internet. Bunch of little fucking nitwits. Right? I don't care. I don't sit here and answer to them. I certainly don't. Right?
You're doing it right now. And you can say, and he can say that they're a bunch of no lives, they're a bunch of nobodies, they're doing this, that, and the third, but supposedly they brought down your business. They weren't nobodies then, right? They weren't nobodies then when they fucked up your way of life, and they fucked up your supposedly successful business, right? They weren't nobodies then, but they're nobodies now. And then until This Is How You Don't Play gets brought up later, and then they're the bane of his existence again. Gotta pick and choose, man. They're either nobodies or they're literally the architects of your destruction. Gotta pick one.
But, see what I mean? Like, you say, oh, you have the ultimate control. No, I don't. The only thing I can control is what's right here in this chair, on this channel, or I guess on DSP Reacks. That's it. I sadly...
And then, wait a second. Yet again, we're supposed to be... We're nobodies, right? We're supposed to be nobodies. We're nothing. And yet, he has been confined to his room, not even the channel, because you know what I'm saying, any detractor who's worth his salt or his or her salt can say what they want about one of his playthroughs, and that bitch is going to tank. So yet again, but we're supposed to be nobodies. He is literally, the only power he says he has is in that room. He just finished saying that these people don't mean anything, they don't provide nothing, they're not useful, whatever the case may be. But then he's also admitting, well, I'm boxed in so much that this little space here, this little bubble, is all I have to my name and nothing else. I can't do anything else out of this. Since when do nobodies have that much control or that much influence? They must not be nobodies. But maybe in the Snort Fort, a nobody has a different definition than what really is in the outside world. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
Really reach out to anything else. I have no control over the disgusting hate cloud out there around me. I don't even hear it. I literally, if I had not paid attention, I wouldn't even know what was going on. I don't care. I would want to just do my own thing. They continue on with the nonsense themselves. You see what I'm saying? But today also, all right, we're going to talk about my upcoming podcast appearance on the Side Scrollers podcast, which is happening later this week. I'm finally on this very show. I'm going to reveal to you the date and time of that appearance, because here it is Monday, and I need to tell you guys what I'm doing for the rest of the week so you know what to do and where to be.
Now, this is going to be interesting. So, ladies and gentlemen, this right here is March... No, that's not the 12th. That would be March 13th, I think. Yeah, this should be March 13th, I think. Pretty confident. Because, yeah, it's more like it's March 13th. This was pretty interesting because the Side Scroller podcast was supposed to announce when DSP was supposed to be on that morning. They chose not to. They chose to forego it until the next day, Tuesday. DSP, who was watching the Side Scroller podcast because he's obsessed with what people say about him in their chat, decided, oh, well, if you guys aren't going to announce it, then I'm going to announce it. Now, why would he do that? Why would he purposely insert himself into a situation, on a podcast that's not even his? This isn't his podcast to be announcing shit for shit. But what made him think, or made him feel like he was validated to do so? Because the Monday before is when Stuttering Craig announced that DSP was going to be a guest. And DSP basically told him adamantly, don't announce me. Don't announce me, because only trouble's going to come about it, and I don't want to deal with that. And Stuttering Craig was like, well, first off, he didn't say this, but this is what Stuttering Craig, I'm sure, was thinking. This is my podcast, I'll do what I want. So DSP decided to go ahead and be the spiteful little bitch that he is, and was like, oh, well, you want to do what you want. You didn't want to listen to what you were told. Okay, fine. Then I'm going to do what I want. Oh, you're not going to announce it today? Oh, yeah, we will. Yeah, we're going to. You may not, but I'm going to. And you're going to eat it. You're going to eat it. You're not going to sit there and try to build up attention for your podcast tomorrow off of my name and whatnot. You said you were going to announce it on a Monday. It's going to be announced on a Monday. And that's why he did this. He sat there and said this nonsense about, oh, well, how's my audience going to know? Those idiots are going to know the same way that they're going to know right now. They're going to wait until tomorrow, and you're going to announce it then. That's how it's going to happen. But DSP, thinking that he was above it all, and yet again, still spiteful and mad at Craig for the Monday before, was like, nah, fuck it. He's going to get it. They're going to take it right now. And that's what happened.
And there still has been no formal announcement. Actually, they had said originally that they were going to announce my appearance today, and then they didn't on the show. And I think there's various different reasons for that, which I'm going to discuss on my own show today, okay? So that's going to be a segment. We're going to talk a little bit about that, okay? Because I know you guys want to know about that. You want to know what's going on, what's the deets, give me the deets. So I'm going to give you the deets on that. And that's about it. I don't have too much else. Oh, here's the deal. It's time to talk about my podcast appearance. Now, it's funny because people have been asking me all week, Phil, when are you going to be on the Side Scrollers podcast? And I keep telling them, I'm not going to announce it. It's their show. It's on them to announce it. And they were telling me that they were going to announce it today on their show when the podcast appearance was going to be. They did not announce it today. They were going to announce it, and they said, oh, we'll talk about it tomorrow. All right? Now, I get the feeling I know what's going on. All right? I don't know because, I'm not over there. I have been watching some of the podcasts, and I actually really like their show. I do. Admittedly, I'm an old school fan of the Screw Attack stuff from the 2000s. All right? And so to have that vibe again back here in 2023, a group of people who all have different perspectives, and it's a good for fun variety show. I really like their show. Okay? Just being honest. Transparency. I watch it. Okay? But I know for a fact what's happened is since they announced that.
Okay, real quick. Sorry, let me reestablish the timeline real fast. So Side Scrollers initially announced DSP on. Let me pull my calendar up. They announced him on March 1st, which was a Wednesday, and then they had a follow-up talking about that on March 3rd, which was a Friday. And then DSP decided to speak on it on the 13th, which was about a week later, a little over a week later. Just to get the timeline established a little bit. It's not like I'm a stickler for details or anything like that. I'm not a professional.
To be on the show, which I was afraid this was going to happen, and I did warn Craig about it. I said, you got to understand, I got a group of haters, man, and they're going to just inundate you with shit. And that's exactly what's happened. Every day, you know, they're trying to do their show, and they've probably got a ton of people in there, all right, that are not there for the show. They're literally there to crap on me daily. Whatever new thing, whatever new jab they can take at me, whatever new thing they can say on the show, which is stupid, has nothing to do with the content of their show, but it seems like this is what they've been doing constantly. I'm sure their stream chat is inundated. I'm sure the comments on their podcasts are probably completely inundated with this filth. You know, what I used to go through on YouTube. Like, literally, that's what my videos used to be until I turned...
I don't know, Phil. Sounds like engagement to me. Sounds like... That's what it sounds like to me. Sounds like interest and engagement. Sounds like anything that any healthy channel, you know, kind of needs to be successful. Oh, that's right. You don't know what it's like to be successful. Womp womp.
The ability to moderate the comments. Now, that stuff doesn't exist anymore because I have the ability to get rid of it and only have the productive comments be on my content. You see? So,
and that's why he has videos. That's why he has videos on his channel that have like 4 to like 7 comments, and that's it. Barely 1,000 views, but let's say he has like 700 views on it, but only has like 5 comments. Yeah, that's productive, Phil. You're doing yourself a great justice in doing that. Fantastic work, buddy. Fantastic work.
Happens is every day they're just trying to do their own show, and every day they got these asshole idiots going in there. Oh, where's Phil? When's he gonna come on? Do you hate Phil? Fuck Phil. Can you imagine how tiring that is? They're just trying to do their own show, man, and they got to put up with that shit, right? Seriously. And basically the way I see it is, it's unfair to them. They didn't expect this. They weren't asking for it. They just kind of got thrown into this situation. I apologize publicly to them for any kind of bullshit. I wish I could control it or fix it. I can't, you know, I just can't. This is what I've lived with for a decade. This kind of nonsense everywhere I go. You know what I mean? It sucks. So to them, this is probably like the biggest momentous thing that's going to happen on the show, only because when it's done, they probably feel like they can finally breathe a sigh of relief and move on. I totally understand that. And of course, that's not originally what this was supposed to be. I was just supposed to be a normal guest on their show, a variety show. It wasn't supposed to be an interrogation of Phil, and now it is an interrogation of Phil. Okay? So, all of that being said, okay?
Yet again, this is the same idiot who said he wanted to be interviewed, he wanted to be put on a platform so he could get his side of the story out. But that's not what he's asking for here. He should be looking at this as an opportunity to finally clear the air, right? To finally get his half of the story out. But why is he so resistant of that? This is what he wanted, wasn't it? No? Isn't this what he was begging Moist Critical for? I'm sorry, Sir Moist? Isn't that what he was begging for? Now he's given the opportunity on a much smaller platform, of course, but he's given an opportunity to a new audience at the very least, and he's acting like he don't want it. Okay.
Basically, they were, you know, they've been telling me, I'll be honest with you guys, I kind of knew when I was going to be on the show all along. I kind of knew. But I think that they wanted to do it at their own pace. They didn't want their show every day to be talking about it. But now I have to talk about it because I want you guys to know my schedule for the week. I mean, at this point, it's affecting me and my work, too. I need you guys to know what's going on this week with me and my schedule.
What an egotistical piece of shit. What a piece of garbage. Oh, this is affecting me now because they didn't announce it. They're fucking me over. Yes, on your dead-ass podcast, on your dead-ass fucking YouTube channel, yes, you're being bothered. When they're pulling in almost as many views, if not more views at times, than you. They can crack 1,000 views on a video, Phil. When's the last time you did that wasn't, you know, part 1 to part 5 of a playthrough? Or a podcast that you ranted about, or you ranted on? Yeah, yes, side scrollers were holding him back, ladies and gentlemen. That's what he's saying. The side scrollers and Stuttering Craig were holding him back. Imagine that.
So, yes, I'm about to let the cat out of the bag. As long as nothing changes between now and then, and literally I don't think anything would change on my end.
And I'm wondering, now I think about it, just because of what he said, that's not originally why I paused this, but run with it. I wonder, did he do this on purpose in the hopes that they would push the show back further? Or maybe one of them would be like, well, hey, who does he think he is? Whatever. I don't want him on the show now. Tell his ass to wait. Let's push his appearance back a little bit further. What if that's what he was thinking? Oh, well, maybe I'll get them upset and shake things up a little bit because they didn't do what I wanted them to do anyway, what I told them to do. So now let's see if they just push the podcast back. Then I can have more time to prepare, or I can reach out to them behind the scenes and say, I'm sorry, man, it was my depression, it was my alcoholism, whatever. Can we set it up for like a month from now? I'm wondering really if that might have been what he was trying to pull. Because there was clearly some Gouty bullshit that was about, well, Gouty pig shit that was about to come out of this. He was trying something. But my original point, the original thing, reason why I paused this is because when he said, oh, I knew when the date was from the beginning. I knew from the very beginning. I knew from the start, yada, yada, yada. This idiot has 2 people that he's been dragging along for 4 months to do a project with to try to clean up his act. And he completely fucked those people over, saying, oh, this is what it wasn't supposed to be. I didn't think it was going to be this. Asshole, you just admitted that you knew about your appearance all this time. You knew about it. So it doesn't, and yet again, the original point of all that is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the subject matter is, or what the parameters were for the podcast / interview, or whatever it was supposed to be. It doesn't matter. That time should have been reserved and prioritized to the people you've been dragging along for 4 fucking months. That automatically should have gone to them, not Stuttering Craig and his podcast. That's the point. And now he didn't even have enough respect to reach out to those people and say, hey, I'm getting ready to do this. He announced it on one of his bottom bitch podcasts, and they probably found out when everybody else did. Because he said, well, publicly I should apologize because, you know, what I did maybe, or it might have been wrong. So he didn't reach out to them behind the scenes and say that. He was doing that publicly with everybody else. Excuse me. So take that into consideration when you move forward on this nonsense. No one should give Darksydephil, Phil Burnell, Darksydephil, Darkside Karen, whatever. No one should give him the benefit of the doubt on anything. No one should exercise any type of energy in trying to help him. The piece of garbage won't help himself, and he'll only take advantage of you. He's going out of his way dragging people along so he can have his way, so he can make his way. You should really consider where you put your time at, if any, to be honest.
So today I'm streaming, tomorrow I'm streaming normally, Wednesday's my day off. Now they literally on the show this morning said, well, Friday we've got a full day of content. We're going to be playing Mario Kart and all this. I'm like, well, they kind of let the cat out of the bag too, because if you know my schedule and you know their schedule, let's see. I'm streaming today and tomorrow. I'm off on Wednesday, and they've got a day booked on Friday. I wonder what day I'll be appearing on the Side Scrollers podcast. Right? So, I think you can figure it out. All right? So, here's how it's going to work. All right? Their show airs much earlier than mine. Their show starts at 9 a.m. Pacific time. Okay? Or 11 Central. I believe Craig lives in Central Time Zone. So that's why it's there. And their show usually runs about an hour to 2 hours. It depends on the subject matter or whatever. Okay. So my plans are as follows. Okay. This Thursday, when normally I'd be coming back from break and I'd have a big podcast planned where I talk about Phil's day off and topics that happened on my day off and all of that, we're not doing that. Okay? I'm going to be on their podcast. 9 a.m. my time, which is way early for you guys. You guys usually don't jump on streams till like 11 a.m., but it's 9 a.m. So if you want to see me live on their show, you got to get up early. All right? You got to. And you got to head over there, 9 a.m. Pacific time, on the Side Scrollers show. Side Scrollers is their YouTube channel. All right? And I'll be on there for as long as they want. I mean that. Like, I'm not limiting my time. Because originally I was asking, are you going to have like a normal show? Is it going to be like an hour long, an hour and a half long? And the way that we've been kind of going back and forth and discussing it is basically the interview is going to go however it goes, right? They may or may not ask more stuff about one way or the other way, and the topics are going to...
Hold up. I'm sorry. I almost missed that. So not only did this scumbag know and has known for a while when his appearance was going to be, he actually did know what the parameters of his appearance was going to be too. So he lied twice. He said, "Oh, I didn't know this was what it was supposed to be." But then he's admitting right here that, yeah, I've been talking to them and we've been going back and forth on how long it was going to be and what it was going to be. Jesus Christ, I'm telling you, do not give this man anything. Well, I use the term man loosely. Don't give him anything. Not a goddamn thing. He should earn your time. He should earn your trust. If he hasn't done either one of those, don't give him not a goddamn thing.
As I've told you guys, I really feel like, here's the thing. They're outsiders. They don't know anything about what's happened on the internet with me in the last 10 freaking years. They have no idea. They've been bombarded for 2 straight weeks with so much nonsense from my detractors. They probably don't know how to make heads or tails of any of it. They probably don't even know where to start to ask questions, right? So who knows where the discussion's going to go? I really feel this. This is the truth. I really feel if someone were to actually do a full-fledged interview and address every question, it would take a day. Because that's how much shit has been made up about me on the internet. And I want to emphasize that. Made up about me. Because there are a lot of things that are truthful. A lot of things I've already addressed in things like when I reacted to my Down the Rabbit Hole video last year.
I gotta say this because, I'm an asshole, so it is what it is. I'm anxious to see how much snorting and belching and all that bullshit that he gonna pull on that podcast. Because when he was on Quarter Pounder's podcast, we barely heard any of that. So I wonder how it's my post nasal drip. It's my nasal drip, dude, and if I don't do that, I can't breathe. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I think when you're in your fucking comfort zone, when you're in your little bubble, you act like the disgusting piece of garbage that you are. But when you're not over there, I want to see well, he does pick his nose and then he wipes that shit on his fucking mustache, which is gross. I want to see the nose picking. I want to see the snorting, or I want to hear the snorting. I want to see the ear digging. I want to hear the fucking I want to see the skin picking. I want to see how you conduct yourself outside of the element of your normal element or habitat. I'm anxious to see that, because if he doesn't conduct himself, if he conducts himself any way different than what he normally does, he does it on purpose, which we already know that, but still, it helps reinforce it. And anybody who is a dent who supports this idiot should know that. How is it that he can conduct himself around normal people, but he won't treat you guys with that type of respect? Because he doesn't like you. He's ashamed of you. He's embarrassed of you. And that's why he acts the way he does, and he treats you guys the way he treats you. And he knows that none of you will be able to do a damn thing about it, except for go to the detractor side for a little while. And then eventually you'll hop back like those who came before you. You should really consider that. You should think about that if you're a dent and you support this guy. He really doesn't think anything of you. He's embarrassed of you, truth be told. That's why he appeals to the detractors the way he does. Because if he could have 3 or 4 of your favorite detractors over on his side, he thinks things would be even. Things would be balanced. But if you see how detractors go at each other over here, he's he's mistaken. He's mistaken. That's why none of them ever jump ship. But that's another argument for another day.
And or with the answers that I've given over time here on my own shows and content. The problem is, number one, all that has never been put into one focal point. It's kind of been spread out. You got the Down the Rabbit Hole React. You've got various podcasts and videos here or there. It's never really been one. Just watch this if you want your answers, or if you want to hear Phil's answers, right? That's number one. Number two, the answers that I've given have been easily just summarily dismissed by my detractors anyway. So even though I've addressed most of the nonsense that they've said about me, they don't care. They refuse to accept my answers as valid. So in that case, it doesn't really matter if you ask the question. If the question's already been answered, why do you want the question answered or asked again? It doesn't even make sense.
Because one, we know you're lying because we have video proof that can back that up. And two, you're a known liar, so that hurts you. And three, and this is the most important part, Phil, so pay attention. You don't have any proof. Your word means nothing. You're a known liar. You're an admitted liar. So that right there fucks you on two different fronts. So your word means jack shit. On top of that, there is evidence out there that proves that what you're saying or what you're trying to argue or whatever the case may be is a lie. A lie. And then the fourth point is that you have no proof. You have no evidence to back any of it up. You think your word carries ground and it don't. Or not carries ground, but carries water. And it don't. And I'm anxious to see how the boys on that podcast can prove that shit. Or not prove it, but how they deal with it. I'm anxious to hear how they're going to really deal with that nonsense. And that's your problem. How the fuck are you going to run around being a known liar and expect anybody to believe anything you say? You're a moron for that. Just off of your own, if we're going by your own narrative, your own thinking process or thought process, you're a moron to think that. And you think going over to someone else's platform and spreading your gouty gospel is going to change that shit? All right. We'll see.
Every question they've thrown at me, I've answered. Every one. Every single one. Right? But they just don't like the responses. You see? So I don't know what's going to happen. You would think their show at the longest podcast they've ever done is 2 hours. So you would think they're going to do a 2-hour show where it's just going to be constant questions, me answering, and likely by the end of the show, they're not even going to get through half the stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you going to... Okay, so I'm thinking of Eurostep. I don't want to say a gouty Eurostep, though. So... a gouty Goutopian step? Fuck it. I'm just gonna go with gouty Euro step for right now, and we'll see how this all facilitates later. So you think because they've never done a show that's past 2 hours, you think you're gonna gouty Euro step yourself around all them questions and feed them whatever bullshit you can until the clock run out, and then that's it? Because that's kind of what it sounds like. It sounds like just like when you tried to do that Iron Man of gaming at that Screw Attack event. It doesn't sound like you're trying to win. It sounds like you're just trying to outlast them. That's what it sounds like. Ugh. The stalling is going to be immense. Oh my Christ. That shit's going to be bad. He's going to stall his ass off. If that's what he's really thinking about doing. It sounds like it. It doesn't sound like he's trying to answer any questions. It sounds like he's going to try to just buy time. Oh boy. All right.
I really feel like it's going to be, they're hearing all these answers for the first time, and they're like, oh, right? And they're basically going to be like, so this is, and they're going to have more questions. They're going to be follow-ups. It's not just like, here's a question, here's your answer, on to the next question. I don't even think it's going to be, here's a question, here's your answer. Oh, here's a follow-up. Okay, here's my follow-up. Let's discuss this in detail and go back and forth till you're satisfied, right? But it feels like that's going to... He's literally gonna put them into the word blender and just see how long he can drag it out. So if this idiot can get them, if DSP can essentially stall for 4 or 5 questions, maybe 6, he thinks he can do that. 2 hours is up and then he's out. He's not really gonna try to answer anything.
he's going to just try to get his own fucking gouty opinion over, right? At however long it takes, especially if they don't press him, right? He's going to literally try to stall them out. This is a war of attrition. He's literally trying to go in there and he's going to try to make this a war of attrition. I'm anxious to see how he's going to pull it off, because he's failed against every detractor he's tried to go up against, so to speak. So I'm anxious how he's going to do that against a normal person. But that's going to be interesting. That's going to be very, very interesting.
So long. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think we're going to get through nearly enough. And what's going to end up happening is it's going to be an interrogation. I know it is. At the end of the show, I'm likely going to feel like, you know, like I was just fucking in an interrogation room with a bunch of detectives with a fucking spotlight on me, which wasn't the point of me appearing on their show, but apparently that's where it's gone. That's what has to happen. Okay? I don't want that, but it seems like that's what has to happen. You guys who are my viewers, who are here on my content every day to watch me live, and you've heard these answers before. I mean it when I say this. If you watch me on the Side Scrollers podcast on Thursday, you're not going to hear or see pretty much anything new. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's going to be the answers you've heard, which is why you're still here every day to hang out with me. You've heard the answers. You're satisfied with the answers, right? And you move on. But these people, my detractors, don't. They can't.
So wait, are you trying to deter people from showing up to the Side Scroller podcast then? That's kind of what it sounds like, because he's basically saying, hey, what I'm going to say over there is what I tell you guys every day anyway. It's going to be the exact same thing. There will be no differential in the narrative. So that's let me bring this back. I'm sorry. That's kind of what it sounds like.
It'll be an interrogation. I know it is. At the end of the show, I'm likely going to feel like, you know, like I was just fucking in an interrogation room with a bunch of detectives with a fucking spotlight on me, which wasn't the point of me appearing on their show, but apparently that's where it's gone. That's what has to happen. Okay? I don't want that, but it seems like that's what has to happen. You guys who are my viewers, who are here on my content every day to watch me live, and you've heard these answers before. I mean it when I say this. If you watch me on the Side Scrollers podcast on Thursday, you're not going to hear or see pretty much anything new. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's going to be the answers you've heard, which is why you're still here every day to hang out with me. You've heard the answers. You're satisfied with the answers, right? And you move on. But these people, my detractors, don't. They can't. They're obsessive. So they don't get the answer they want, which is they want the answer that's going to somehow expose me for horrid wrongdoings and ruin me. That's not going to happen because that's not truthful. Do you see? So you're never going to get that. And that's what they're looking for. Like, seriously, that's what they're looking for. And it's not going to happen. So I don't know what they're expecting. By bombarding the Side Scrollers crew with all these questions about me, they're not going to get giant revelations and shit like that. I've essentially told you guys as much as I can without putting my family and myself and my business at risk. Right? I really have. Maybe there'll be a little bit of additional fleshing out of a little bit here and there. But it's not going to be, oh my God, jaw-dropping revelations on this show. It's just not going to happen. All right?
And then if that's the case, then why don't you just go ahead and lay all your cards out, or what cards you can lay out, if you will, over here then? Why are you saving it? What gotcha moment do you think you have lined up that is going to absolve you from all responsibility and all of the claims against you? Because that's essentially what he's saying. He's like, hey, I'm not going to let them get me in a position where they can fuck me over. I've told you guys everything. Okay, well, I haven't told you guys everything. There's maybe some small details I've left out. But essentially, you guys know what the story is. Well, why the fuck are you holding back? This is your life. This is everything that you have on the line. You have the most to lose. So why wouldn't you put that out there? Sounds pretty weird to me.
So that's what I mean. Like, I don't understand where these people are coming from with the level of harassment and stuff, but that's how they are. They're just obsessed with this nonsense. So realistically, can I tell you how long I will be on the Side Scrollers podcast this week? No, I have no clue. Maybe it'll be the record longest show they've ever done, a fucking marathon, right? It could be. I have no idea. I'm not limiting myself to saying, oh, I'm only going to be on that show for this amount of time and then I'm cutting it off. No, I'm not going to do that. All right? I'm going to give those guys respect because those guys respected me. They offered to have me on their show for fun. They've had to put up with harassment for 2 weeks, which is completely unfair. The amount of people coming on their streams talking about me when their streams are not about me. You know, I feel awful, but again, it's not something that I can control because this thing is so outside of the realm of anything that I have anything to do with their control. As you guys know, and I said this before, I'll say it again. I stay in my lane. I sit here on my streams. I just pay attention to me and myself and my own content. That's it. I have no idea. I even told you guys, I have no idea what they've been talking about for the past couple of months. I don't pay attention to it. I'm sure they've made up more stuff. There's been more drama videos. I don't watch any of them. I pay no attention to any of it. I ignore it all. I'm just here putting out the content that I enjoy making, that you guys like and support. That's all I care about. So
but you just, wait a second, you just lied though, because you said that you haven't been paying attention to anything that the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics have been saying for the last few months and whatnot. You don't care about it, but yet you said that you know that the Side Scroller podcast has been harassed over the last few weeks. Matter of fact, you said that you've watched each and every one of their shows since the show launched again, or since they relaunched the show. Which means you said that you saw how they were getting spammed in their chat and in their comment section. So you do know what's being said. You know exactly what the fuck is being said. You know exactly what the narrative is on you. Why would you lie about something like that? That's stupid. It's literally a dumbass thing to lie about. Alright, whatever. More often than not, I would have let that go, but that's a dumbass thing to lie about. I had to hit him with that. That's a dumb thing to lie about. I have no clue about what's going on and what's being said. Oh, well, I've been on their podcast, or I've been watching their podcast for the last couple of weeks, and I know what's being said about me, and it's a shit, and I feel bad. I've publicly apologized for the harassment they're going through. How the fuck do you know that they've been harassed if you haven't been paying attention to it? What's this that make?
Want to do, right? And be stupid, but I'm not going to be, talking about their crap or anything at all. In my content. So, being in my own lane and paying attention to my own shit, I wish I could control what they do. I can't. So, the moment that these guys on Side Scrollers mentioned I was going to be on the show, it's like 2 weeks of bullshit. I'm sure I'm telling you, these guys are going to breathe the biggest sigh of relief when this interview's done. They're going to be like, thank God it's over and now we can get back to normal business and not have to worry about these people coming by every day talking about Darksydephil, right? And I hear that. I you know what? When it's done, I'm going to breathe a sigh of relief too. Because I feel bad for them. I do. I feel like shit because I don't want other people to have negative impact on their lives because of me. I didn't really do anything. It's not like I said something bad. I caused this situation. This is 100% on my detractors. Okay? Now, after the show ends, which we don't know how long the show is going to be, all right? Then, once the show... What's up, Jade? Good to see you. Once the show is done, and I say goodbye...
Oh, another theory, real quick. It's either Jade or Jaden. One of the two. That dude's mom is dating, the editor-in-chief at, Game Informer magazine or some shit. So, I'm wondering, is DSP trying to play an angle on that, where he's using this kid to essentially get close, to get himself into getting an interview with this, with someone at Game Informer magazine. Now, granted, that's something that I've kind of just had floating around in my noodle a little bit and whatnot. But I'm just curious. I'm just wondering, is that an angle that he's pulling? Because truth be told, that kid is starting to get Derek treatment. So it makes me, it's not like I don't think DSP doesn't know that. You know what I mean? That's all pretty public. So I'm wondering is that what the play is in the long run, if you will. And it just hasn't happened yet because he was going pretty heavy during the interview saga, if you will, or that arc where he was trying to get an interview. And I'm thinking to myself, well, this kid right here is connected to this guy, and DSP keeps harping about that bullshit on this fucking therapy fucking session shit that he has every goddamn day. I'm just surprised that it never correlated the way I thought it would. Or just at least not yet. I don't know. Don't abandon your theories, but I'm just surprised that never actually happened. At least not yet, anyway.
Then I'm going to head over here to my channel, DSP Gaming. We're going to turn on the stream, and we're going to do a decompression stream. What does that mean? It means I'm sure that after having been bombarded by questions, crazy amounts of questions, okay, I'm going to need to relax. I'm going to need to decompress from the nonsense, okay? So that's a good thing.
I'm sorry, I don't know what retardation this is. Is this like him saying that, oh, we had a big meal and now Catherine and Jasper are downstairs fucking digesting or something? Is that the angle with this shit? Whatever. Sounds stupid. Here's the thing. This is nothing more than just another glorified session of, okay, I did this thing over there that you guys keep asking me to do, to reach out, to get out of my comfort zone or whatever bullshit. Now, you guys come over here and give me money. Is that essentially what this is? What makes his decompression fucking stream any different than the Bottom Bitch podcast? Same garbage. So, why don't he just do that? Or is it going to be like a 2-in-1 type situation with that? That's such a dumbass. That's a dumbass thing to say. A decompression stream. So, you're going to jump off one stream to have your own stream, doing the exact same thing, sitting down and answering questions. If I was a dent, maybe that would make sense. I don't know.
I need to, okay, let's just chill. Let's just talk and just have a little bit of chill time here on a stream. And I'm sure some people are going to say, oh, it went this way, it went that way. Personally, like I said, no, I don't think that it's going to be good or bad or whatever. I think it's just going to be, it happened and we get it done with. And we kind of move on back to normalcy. Okay? And when will that start? I have no idea. Right? Literally, I have no clue. I don't know how long the show is going to be. I don't know when the show is going to end. So I can't guarantee you a starting time over here that I'm going to be starting up my own stream. I have no idea whatsoever. All right? So I'll let you know. What it is I know some people will likely be watching it live. Some won't give a crap, right? They just want my content to start to join me. So I can't tell you what time I'll be starting up. But it's whenever the show ends and we, I say goodbye to those guys or whatever, and then I come over here and I set up my own stuff, and then we get the show going, all right? And we just decompress for a while. Now, maybe, I turn on the stream and we talk for a half an hour and we're all good, and we can just move on. You want to see me do something else? Maybe we could. Maybe we could jump into something else or whatever. I don't know. Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe we'll just, depending on how long that show is. Normally, like I said, their show starts 9 a.m. my time, and it would end roughly between 10:30 and 11 a.m. my time. Okay? And the way I see it, let's say the show runs long. Let's say the show even runs an extra hour, which it might. It might not. I don't know what they're doing. They basically told me if you could not limit your time, they'd appreciate that. And I hear that. Like, I don't want to limit their time. I want them to be able to ask whatever they want to ask. All right? I'm hoping it's not going to be a 5-hour interrogation-a-thon. I really do. But basically, once they're done, then we'll start up over here whenever we get a chance, and that'll be that. And then after that, we'll determine, do we just want to talk for the rest of the day, for the rest of that first stream for me, just a kind of a chill stream. Here's the thing, I'm going to be coming back for my day off. I will have things to talk about, like Phil's day off and stuff like that, right? But maybe we just want to talk about the interview. I don't know. I don't know how it's going to go, right? So, no, see, Alexander, I'm not going to do that. He's like, you could just leave if it takes too long. The only way I would leave is if, basically, I'm feeling like they're completely 1,000,000% attacking me and not listening to my answers and not giving me a fair shake, which I don't think they're going to do. That's number one.
I mean, they can listen to you all you want, but that doesn't mean that they believe you, and that doesn't mean that they'll ask another question to follow it up to undermine your previous answer or the lie that they think that you're giving them. So, I mean, that's kind of the first thing. Secondly, to be honest, if you run, that right there in itself will undermine anything that you had said previously on that, up to that point, I should say. So you really can't do that either. If you're even thinking about running, you probably just shouldn't go up there. If you're even considering on that, you shouldn't be going up there. If you trust these people enough to give you a fair shake, then why are you so fixated on the negativity that could come about with the situation? It seems weird. It just seems really, really strange. Like, are you trying to give yourself an out? Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you can leave at any given time, but it kills whatever credibility that you think you have with those people anyway. which I would assume is not very much. I don't know.
If, like, literally the show is going past my normal stream times. No, I'm not going to be going on their show at 9 a.m. and continuing past 4 p.m. That's not happening. That's insane. Now, you know, I don't do my own stream that long. I'm not doing their stream that long either, all right? I don't think that's going to happen either, okay? So, yeah, so, you know, that's what's happening. So, again, what's hilarious is that I haven't told you guys yet what day it is. Do you know what day it is? I already basically told you all the other information. Let's see. All right, everyone, based on what I just told you, what day am I appearing on their podcast? How do you guys not...
You're talking about people, Phil, that are in positions that they can't take care of themselves, they can't take care of their families, they can't manage their fucking finances and shit. Most of them can't walk, most of them can't talk straight. Oh, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to mock anybody, I'm just going down the list. And one of the few times of some, I wouldn't say singularity, wouldn't say sympathy either. And one of the few moments of clarity that I usually have outside of my own bullshit, you got people who really couldn't put 2 plus 2 together. So how the fuck do you think they were going to figure out what day that was? Honestly. The ones who care, they know. The other ones, they don't. And given the word salad that you've already given them, they probably have already forgotten. But this goes back to what I said. If you're a DSP supporter or whatever, he's embarrassed by you. He's ashamed of you. That's why he doesn't ever want to collab with any of you guys. That's why he doesn't interview any of you guys on stream or anything, or at least most of you. That's why he's always trying to appeal to the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. I'm just saying, you know, I'm just saying, I mean, you know, it is what it is.
How do you not know? Okay, let's try it again. Today I'm streaming all day. Tomorrow I'm streaming all day. Wednesday is my day off. Friday, they announced today on their show they're busy all day because they're doing a special event playing Mario Kart. What day do you think I'm appearing on the Side Scrollers podcast?
Dents as far as the eye can see. Oh, I see dents everywhere. Everywhere. What's that movie? It was The Sixth Sense, right? It's like, tell me what you see. I see dented people. Oh shit, son! Woo! Got quite the fan base there, Phil. Quite the fan base. Very good. Very good. You must be proud. I gotta say. It's true, Phil. Maybe, just maybe, you know, being that Catherine is autistic, you're autistic, clearly. Like, clearly. And I don't feel bad saying that, because I know it's true. I mean, and then you have all these dents running around in your comment section. Maybe you don't need kids. Maybe, like you said, you know, you look at them as your children, right? Derek has been Derek will eventually be a colossal failure. So, you know, you might as well go ahead and take on the rest of them too. You've done a great job cultivating that audience. I got to tell you, Phil, you're a fantastic job. You know what I'm saying? You don't inspire them to do anything for themselves, to try to better themselves or their situations. None of that. You make excuses for your failures, and then by proxy, they do the same thing. I mean, Jesus Christ, you got one guy over there who's been saving up for a car for God knows how long and still can't do it because he feels the need to give you $100 or $150 every once in a while. Whew. Boy, oh boy. It's unfortunate. It truly is. That doesn't mean I'm not going to laugh at it.
Oh my God. I swear people are just trolling me. No, you guys are I know you guys are joshing me. I know you guys are messing with me. Some of you have said it. Some people are purposefully saying things like, "You're playing Mario Kart?" Oh my God. Anyway, So at least you guys figured it out. Without me outright saying it, I think you figured it out. Okay. They're supposed to officially announce it on their show.
Jesus, Phil, I don't know what you were mining for in your ear there, but whatever it was, it must have been a pretty big chunk for you to look at it. That's Jesus Christ. Well, just take a bath like everybody else. Seriously, you'll feel better. That doesn't mean you'll do better, but you'll feel better at the very least. Maybe.
Tomorrow, but I feel like I had to talk about this because how else would you not know? Because normally I would tell you exactly what I'm doing every day. How would you not know what I'm not doing on a certain day? Because I'm not mentioning it. It's kind of weird, no? So yeah, it's going to be a weird day coming up this week. It's going to be a very odd day where normally I would come back and I'd be doing the Phil's Day Off. It's not. I'm not even starting my content at its normal time. I'm going to be on their show and go as long as it needs to go. And then, you know, I'll be here afterward and we'll see how it goes. Now, my plans are, if the show goes, let's say the show's normal length and it's just 2 hours. If their show is 2 hours long, and then I could start up my stream, say, by like 11:30-ish, then we could still have a normal day, right? We could do the Level 1 podcast. I assume the podcast will go much longer than usual as we kind of decompress, but then we'll probably play Hogwarts. We'll probably do some Hogwarts. It probably won't be a full-length 3-hour stream, but we'll probably do some Hogwarts, all right? But it might not happen either. It might just be that I do the interview, I come over here way late, and then we just chill for an hour or two, and we talk, okay? The late stream and then Thursday, yes, is the big day. The interview is taking place on Thursday in the morning, 9 a.m. Pacific time, over on the Side Scrollers channel. I don't know how long it's going to go. After that interview eventually ends, I'm going to come back over here and start up my stream. If it's time permitting, we'll do our usual podcast and gameplay. If not, if we go long over there, then we'll just do like a decompression stream. That'll be fine. Today we're going to talk schedule, and it's kind of weird because usually when I talk my schedule, I can give you concrete information about what I'm doing every single day, and I like that. I'm the kind of guy that has I like having a structured schedule. All right, I like having, oh, here, this day I'm doing this day I'm doing this, almost like an outline of everything I'm doing. That's kind of how I operate my business, how I operate my life, quite frankly.
And that's why it's as boring and uninspiring as it is. Like, there's no flexibility, there's no versatility. It's just the tism, essentially. All right, so we are, this should be, what is this, the 14th? Yes, this is the Bottom Bitch podcast from the 14th. This is going to run a little long, but we're in the closing stretch. Holy shit. Oh, shit. Holy shit. This is why I miss doing I miss going over the SNORTBUCKS videos. Because literally, you just can see his nonsense change by the day. And that's how you catch him in his bullshit. I can't wait to start that back up again. But that's how you catch DSP in his bullshit. Literally going through everything day by day.
This week. Because this Thursday, I'm going to be on a podcast that is in the morning before my content usually would be live. And I don't know how long it's going to go. You know, the guys running the show haven't told me how long it's going to go. Even I feel like they don't know. Like, it's going to depend on where the conversation goes or whatever. And essentially, I've given them kind of free reign of my time to do it with as appropriate. We'll talk about that in a minute. Okay, we will. We'll talk about that in a minute because, here's Mr. Jasper Kitty. Here we go. I told you he was a special guest. He was able to join us today. And, of course, here he is to take the spotlight. Here he is. Silly guy. So, we'll talk about the schedule in a bit. So, here's the deal. Thursday is the big day. Although for me, I really don't feel like it is a big day, but all my detractors are hyping this up like it's some kind of humongous day for them, like it's a celebration day, because I'm being interviewed, all right? Well, allow me now to give you the full skinny, because yes, it has been fully announced over on their show, so now I can fully talk about it in full detail. On Thursday morning, I'm appearing on a podcast called Side Scrollers. You can check it out right now. Just search for Side Scrollers on YouTube. They relaunched. It's a podcast that used to be very prominent back in the early days before YouTube was even popular. Yes, I mean that. Before YouTube was even popular, these guys in the mid-2000s had a business called Screw Attack, and they had a Side Scrollers podcast that they would run, and it was very prominent. They had guests from the gaming industry. It was it was a really great show. It was an audio-only show back then, by the way, no video. And it ran many, many years. It had many iterations. And then, if you want to know the history of Screw Attack, you can find it by searching on the internet. Essentially, they got bought out. They got sold off, everything got liquidated, and so the show came to an end. All right? They just rebooted the show about a month ago, and it's a gaming podcast.
Now, think about it. I kind of wonder how much does DSP know as it pertains to Stuttering Craig and some of the business partners and friends and whatever that he had over there, and how all that shit got shaken up. I'm kind of curious on how much DSP knows about all of that. But even if he did, let's say that he actually knew some of the darker details of some of that nonsense over there, and that's if I'm implying that there actually is any, DSP would still overlook that as long as he could have his way to make his way. So keep that in mind. It's not like there's any morals in any of this shit.
A variety cast is like 4 different people who appear on the show usually every day, if not 5 if they have a special guest. And they talk about all kinds of stuff, including gaming news, industry news, entertainment, personal topics about pop culture. I think they're currently doing a show on collectibles. They're doing all kinds of fun stuff. And, you know, they contacted me last month asking if I wanted to be a guest on the show because they were looking for guests to come on in this rotation of guests that they're going to have. And I told them I would be interested, sure. But then when they finally announced that I was going to be on the show as a guest, all my detractors flooded them and said, oh, if you're going to have Phil on the show, you can't have him on as a normal guest. You've got to interrogate this guy. You've got to hit him with 5 million questions about all the horrible things that we accuse him of on the internet, right? And it's messed up because, honestly, they wanted to just have me on the show as a guest. But because of this influx of attention and hate against me, they can't do that. It has to be essentially an interview, interrogation, whatever you want to call it. It has to be that now. So it is what it is. Everyone else who's appeared on that show could just be a guest. They could just appear on the show and be like, hey, I'm here to be a guest. We'll have some fun. We'll talk about the topic of the day. You know, I'll chime in a little bit and talk about myself and my content. But outside of that, I'm just here to be a guest and join in the camaraderie and the fun of the show. Me, I can't do that. I'm not allowed to do that, apparently, because I'm just, I guess I'm just such a horrendous, heinous villain individual on the internet. I can't have fun on a show. I have to be interrogated. Which, by the way, I just want to make this fully transparent. I don't blame the hosts of Side Scrollers at all. They've been absolutely inundated and bombarded on their social media and everything by my haters for weeks, basically saying, we want you to ask this and that and this and that and this and that, right? So.
Now keep in mind, this is the same person who said previously that he didn't know what was being said about him over the last couple months, but he apparently knows everything that's going on with Side Scrollers and all this shit that they're dealing with. Just keep that in mind.
Here's how it's going down. Thursday morning, the show starts 9 a.m. my time, 11 a.m. their time. Okay, that's 2 hours earlier than when I would usually broadcast. So if you want to watch me live on the show, head over to the Side Scrollers channel around 9 a.m. I'm going to actually be on there earlier to get set up, technical, I'm going to try to get everything set up so that all the technical issues and everything are worked out before the show goes live. When was the last time I was on a podcast? Many years ago with the quartering. So actually, I'm going to be here. I'm going to have things set up differently. I mean, the visuals will be the same, but I basically have to mess with the audio settings and everything to make it work. Echo-wise and everything. I might have to do something a little different. And so, I'm going to be on that show live. And here's the deal. All right? I'm going to do my best. Meaning, they're going to ask me every question under the sun. I know they are. I told them nothing's off limits. Ask me whatever you want. I'm going to do my best to answer questions as honestly as I can without putting myself. Duke Alistar, I do shout-outs at the end of the show. Apparently, you're new. I do shout-out to the end of the show. So your shout-out is coming, and I will address your question. Thank you. Anyway, I'm going to do my best to address their questions, to give them answers. Here's the thing. They are outsiders to all of this nonsense on the internet. They don't follow Darksydephil drama. They don't know about lolcow culture on the internet and these cultish people who follow it. All they know, they've been thrown into this whirlwind, this rabbit hole, this circulating toilet. And now they got to deal with it. They've been dealing with it for 2 weeks.
And the thing is, though, too, is one would say, and rightfully so, that's his out. That's like the best case scenario for him. Because they're not familiar with lolcow culture, they're not familiar with this small niche of the internet. DSP thinks that's going to benefit him, and it could. At the same time, it could be a double-edged sword, to be honest with you. If enough evidence has been presented to them, Agent Proper's on that, and I have a lot of faith in Proper. It could go left, it could go south really, really fucking fast. So whatever benefit of the doubt that he believes is going to be exercised, his let's reword that. Any benefit of the doubt that he believes is exercised to his benefit could very well hurt him too. It could very well hurt him. So, there's 4 people over there. You got 4 different people. You got 4 people over there, 4 different people who think 4 different ways more often than not. All you need is 1 or 2. All you need is really 1, but honestly, all you need is 1 person to see DSP for what he is and not for how he wants to be seen, to throw a wrench into all that. That's all it takes. Just 1 person. So, we'll see.
Because it's messed up. You go on their show, and you're just watching the show, and there's people who constantly ask them about me. Like, Darksydephil is not here today. Darksydephil is not on the show. Why are you asking us about this? It's like, do you not understand the world doesn't circulate around me? I'm a small-time content creator who makes content for a curated audience. I don't even involve myself in their drama. Yet somehow they push onto other shows because they want to have me on their show. Somehow now they have to be harassed for 2 weeks. It's pretty messed up, in my opinion. That's my opinion. I think it's pretty messed up. All right? And quite frankly, I feel like once the show is done, there's going to be a collective sigh of relief everywhere. All right? That you don't have to worry about it anymore. The thing is, I'm not worried about it. I'm more worried about them being harassed as a result of my haters. That's the truth. And the thing is, I can't control what my detractors do. I can't make them not do something because I don't have any involvement with them. They operate completely outside of the realm of my existence and my own content. And I don't even, like I told you guys, I literally have not even seen anything detractor related in months. I've not paid attention to them at all. I'm sure they've come up with a million new conspiracies, a million new pieces of bullshit. I don't pay attention to it. I sit here and I stay in my lane and I just do my own thing. I don't pay attention to their nonsense. You know what I'm saying? So, there you have it. I'm sure. Here's the thing. Like I said, they're outsiders. They're coming into this basically being bombarded for 2 weeks with all this nonsense. They're going to be, from a very objective standpoint, wanting to just know what the hell is going on, right? Like, how do I respond to most of these things? I say it's nonsense. They don't know that. All they hear are accusations. They don't know that most of it is nonsense. They haven't heard my responses, right? They're going to hear my responses, and it's going to essentially be things you guys have heard already, because most of the things that I've been accused of, I've directly responded to here on my own streams and told you the very logical answers to them. But the detractors don't care about that. To them, logical answers aren't good. They want nonsensical answers because they think that makes me look bad, or they want me to not answer, so that way they say, oh, you see, he has no defense because he'll incriminate himself, and therefore that means it's all true. You see what I'm saying? They're hoping that this will be an interview that's going to go horribly for me, okay? I have absolutely no fear of this interview at all. 0. Because there's nothing I can say or do that will incriminate me to anything because I've done nothing wrong in regards to the things that they accuse me of. Have I made mistakes over the years? Of course I have. I've told you guys in the last few months, I feel terrible about, kind of overly asking for things on my streams. The way that I...
Yeah, but that wasn't legitimate because you went right back to it. You're saying that you're not scared or you're not nervous or anything like that, but... I mean, the tone of your voice definitely changed. Sounds like fear to me. I mean, you wouldn't know what fear sounds like because, no one's ever been afraid of you. But no one's ever been worried about you. But, it sounds like fear to me. And more importantly than that, at the end of the day, you don't know what those people are thinking. So you should have some trepidation. You should have, maybe not anxiety, but you should have some type of, there should be a level of nervousness because you don't know what those people are going to say to you. You have no idea what's going up, what's about to come up. Not everything that's said about you is a lie. You know what I'm saying? You can say that in your own delusional little world to keep things going in your head. And if that's all you got, then cling on to whatever you got. But truth be told, these people are going to, or allegedly have been presented, not allegedly, they've been presented with evidence to a lot of situations. They're not going to be able to cover everything. But whatever it is that they hyper-focus on, you're going to have a really hard time explaining. I think you're not going to be able to just bullshit them. There's too much evidence out there for that to happen. Even if they want to give you the slightest benefit of the doubt, they would, from a journalistic standpoint, they would be doing themselves a disservice. They'd be doing their audience a disservice. They'd be doing their brand a disservice to just hand wave all that just so you can have your way. But I think I honestly think he believes that's what's going to happen. Scary situation. Scary situation. And then another thing too, real fast, sorry. He should really consider, and he should kind of be scared on how this interview is going to go, because if this shit goes south, any interview he does later will look at this interview as the template and then just continue on from there. Everybody knows that the quarterings bullshit was just that bullshit. No one gives a fuck about that. If this shit is successful, even remotely, aspects of it can be used later on for future interviews, either by, side scrollers again themselves, or anybody else later on. Or anybody else who decides to follow up, I should say. That's going to be a problem. And DSP is very susceptible to patterns or to tactics or to techniques that he can't figure out. You want examples of that? Look at him at Street Fighter. That's the perfect example. He doesn't adapt well on the fly. If he gets pounded, no pun intended, he gonna keep getting pounded. All pun intended. That just is what it is. He doesn't think well on the fly. He really don't. And he will fall for the same schemes. He will fall for the same traps. Because that's just what he is. Just keep that in mind too.
Where I was saying, hey guys, I really need help if you could tip me right now. And people were like, oh, it really rubs us the wrong way when you're asking for a specific kind of contribution. I hear you. I understand that. And you know what? You're right. But at the same time, I mean, that's my living. And if things are slow and bad for a certain week for various reasons, and I need to tell you, hey, please help me if you can. What if I don't? And now I can't make ends meet. It sucks. It's kind of like it's between a rock and a hard place. So I know I do things wrong. I fess up to them, I want to get better. I feel bad that people have to be put through drama and bullshit because of things that I say and do on the internet. I hate that. I'm hoping that this interview will go well to the point where, at the very least, it'll be a focal point for those who've heard all the accusations about me, right? There's a focal point where you can go and say, watch that podcast that Phil attended. He gave all his answers. Here's the thing. I guarantee you this. This is a guarantee. All of the hosts of that show will not believe everything I have to say. I don't think so. And my detractors will never be swayed anyway. All right? But, if anything, this show should be a focal point. All right? Where if you ever heard all the nonsense about Darksydephil on the internet and you want to hear at least his responses to it, watch that show. Whether it's
oh boy, you're putting a whole lot of weight on something that you have no clue if it's going to work out or not. Phil, I have spent, and I've enjoyed a large amount of it. I've spent a great many years cutting you up into delicious bacon as well as other delicious stuff, pork chops, spiral hams, stuff like that. I'm a man of many talents. I'm a pup of many talents, if you will. I've had a great time doing that shit. You have no fucking clue what these people are going to throw at you. If this shit, yet again, goes left, right? If this shit goes left, you're sitting here telling people right now, you're broadcasting it that, hey, this is going to be the definitive video to go to if you have any type of misconceptions or whatever the case on Darksydephil. First off, right, you do realize that once a detractor, troll, hater, or critic gets their hands on that shit, whether the clippers that are going to have to cut that shit up, whether the people who are restreaming or whatever the case may be, like the side scroller podcast itself is not going to sit on the top of the search engine for long. It'll be there for a good amount of time, but it won't be there forever, right? You know what I'm saying? Unless they just do a fucking phenomenal fucking job. Even if they do a phenomenal fucking job, meaning that the shit is successful, it means you got pressed. You got pressed hard. Rip it wheel haul. They whipped you good if that's the case. If that's the case, Phil, you really want that to be the definitive. You want that to be the definitive. You want that to be the Rosetta Stone of your existence. You're an idiot. You should not be saying shit like that knowing damn well it didn't happen. This is your dumbass yet again. Literally betting against yourself. This is you being overly hopeful on something that you have no clue about, because I'm assuming, as I said earlier on in this broadcast, that you're planning on bullshitting your way through it. You expect them to be sympathetic to you. You expect them to buy your lies, or buy at least enough of it. You're hoping that you can go in there and find enough angles in a circle that you can sow doubt, which is really what it comes down to. He's definitely trying to sow some type of doubt. Just enough so to be like, well, damn, Phil, that sounds like a shitty thing that you did, but damn, the way these guys reacted, maybe that was a bit excessive. That's all he kind of needs. You know what I'm saying? Is this sow just enough doubt to get him out of that situation? But what if it don't work? You haven't talked to a normal person in years, Phil. Honestly. The most contact that you've had is the dents in your chat and fucking your wife and your cat son. And that's it. You haven't spoken to another person. Because when you speak to your parents, you're just begging for money because you're always in trouble. Other than that, you don't talk to nobody else. You don't have any friends. You don't have any confidants. You don't have anything. Boy, you're going to sound mentally inept when you go out there. What happens if they don't fall for the bullshit, Phil? What happens if the pignosis don't work? Did you even think that? Did you ever consider it? You're saying that, oh, well, they may not believe everything I have to say, but what are you going to do if they really don't? It's good that you're saying that, but what are you going to do when that actually happens and you're confronted with it? See, you haven't thought that part out. This is what's going to get you fucked up, so to speak. This is what's going to get you fucked up. And then you've already instilled the idea that, hey, go here to get the truth. Go here to get my side of the story finally. You're a fucking idiot, Phil. Because now if Moist Critical wants to find out what's going on, he just go there. And if that shit goes bad and Moist Critical wants to fucking isolate something, he can. Because by your own snorts, this right here is the definitive edition. This right here is the definitive explanation on your shit. You didn't think... okay, I'm done helping you. Let's continue.
And after, you'll have all your answers in one focal point that you can reference forever. Okay? And here's the truth. I'm done with it after that. Like, once I address these issues, all right, these questions, I give my answers, all right? I'm done. I have no desire to then go ahead and talk about it further at all. So this is like the end-all be-all of it on Thursday. We talk about it. We get it out of the way publicly on something other than my own content. Because when I answer those questions in my content, no one cares. My viewers don't care. You guys here who are my regulars, you don't even care about this shit, do you? Let's be honest. You just want to know what's the next game I'm playing, right? What's the next review I'm doing? You don't care about the next drama session. I didn't want this podcast appearance to be a drama session. But it has to be because of my detractors. You see? I know that. So, I'll be on the show. Now, here's the thing. How long will I be on the show? I don't know. I'm not limiting myself to a time frame. Like, I didn't tell the guys, I can only be on your show for an hour, then I'm booking it. So, you better ask the best questions fast. It wasn't like I said that, okay? The way I see it, I want to respect these guys. And they're respecting my time, I'll respect theirs. As long as I feel that they're being fair as interviewers and they're allowing me to answer questions and not just sitting there and pounding me with accusations, making fun of me and shit, but instead it's a serious interview. I'll give them as much time as they want. You know, my normal streams run from 10:45 a.m. to 4 p.m. my time. This interview is absolutely going to cut into that time. 100% it is. How much? I don't know, but it will. Okay? So, I guess the way I say it is, we'll see what happens, how long it runs or whatever. When that show is done, okay, when it officially ends, I'm going to come over here to DSP Gaming, and I'm going to start up my own stream. Now, usually on my day back from break, I have a lot to talk about. Usually I have my Phil's Day Off segment. I have news. I have all kinds of stuff, right? I don't even know what we're going to do on Thursday. I'm literally leaving it open. Will we even do a formal level 1 podcast, or will it instead just be, let's just do a decompression?
With that being said, he needs to give up on that whole Phil's day off thing, because he just makes himself and Catherine look stupid, and he obsesses about dumb crap like deliveries and shit. There's really no substance to any of that. It really shows how stupid him and Catherine are, how inept these two are, that they can't even keep a house clean, they can't work an air fryer, they can barely cook food, they can barely take care of themselves. Really, truth be told. They can't take care of themselves, they can barely take care of Casper, the house is a fucking mess, and they bitch about dumb crap. Essentially, they bitch about dumb crap that people day by day deal with, who actually leave their house and do shit with their lives. That's it. It's a dumb segment to have. It makes you look incredibly out of touch. You should stop that. You're only embarrassing yourselves. Stop it.
Talk about everything that just happened, right? Get opinions on the show, how it went. You know what I'm saying? And go from there. We'll see. Will there even be gameplay on Thursday? Okay. I don't even know, right? I have no clue what that first stream will be. It could just be us talking. It could very well be. The show ends at 11. I'm out of there by 11:30. My stream goes on by noon. I do a quick podcast that's a half an hour. We get into gameplay. I don't even know. I don't think that's going to happen, though. I feel like we're going to want to talk, you know, kind of do an epilogue to that. Almost kind of say this drama is over. Because
now, wait a second. I thought this idiot said that he liked having structure and he wanted to have a concise schedule and knowing what everything's going to be through, you know, for each and every day. But then he's sitting here saying that on Thursday, this one random day, he has no plan for anything. He doesn't know what he's going to do. He doesn't know how he's going to do it. So what happened to all the autism fucking planning? What happened to the autistic planning that was involved in all of this at first? What happened to all that structure and whatnot that he spoke about initially? It's all out the window. If one thing can fuck your whole schedule up, either your scheduling or your planning ability is shit, or there's something wrong with you. Or both. Just saying.
Ongoing nonsense needs to end at some point. You know, you'll have that one show to watch. If you ever wanted to hear DSP respond to all the drama about him, you finally get it all in one place. You see his official answers by neutral parties interviewing him. These are not, because here's the thing about the Side Scrollers crew, okay? They're 4 completely different people from different walks of life. None of them really knew that much about me, and they have absolutely nothing to gain or lose by this interview. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I come out with this interview looking like the worst, most heinous villain on the internet, it doesn't help them. If I come out of this interview looking squeaky clean, it doesn't help them. You know what I'm saying? Like, they kind of stumbled upon this not realizing what exactly was going to happen when they announced that I was going to be...
That's not true. Okay, so let's work in reverse. If he comes out squeaky clean, which is not possible because he don't bathe, they're going to come out... There are definitely going to be some ramifications on their end. Not real ramifications, if you will. It's just whatever credibility that they would have had or they could have gained, they won't have it. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. The detractor community has a very large reach, despite the fact this is all just some niche little shit. If DSP comes out looking like garbage, and if some real answers can be pinned down, if they can discover or excavate any real pieces that can continue to fit into what is the puzzle that is DSP, Darksydephil, Darkside Karen, Darkside Pill, then there's going to be some kudos for that. There's going to be... They could very well be rewarded. They have everything to gain and nothing to lose, so to speak. Because in the detractor community, there are some pretty dedicated people here. Those people are willing to reward good work. You know what I'm saying? Especially a good showing, an entertaining showing. So there is a lot that can be gained if the situation goes right. It's delusional to say otherwise. He says that because he doesn't reap any of the rewards. But when he was on Twitch back in 2017 and all those troll tips were coming in, those $2, those $5, those $10 tips, he wasn't bitching about it then. It was when shit was cutting him too deep is when he basically turned puss and ran. So it's not... there's two ways that this could go. It's, you know, not everybody walks out of... No one walks out of this clean. Certainly. No one walks out of this clean. But that doesn't mean that there isn't something to be gained in some way, shape, or form. That is a lie.
Guest on the show. So to them, I mean, this is like the ultimate neutral. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how you could have a more neutral party when they didn't even know anything about me. Now, for 2 weeks, they've been absolutely inundated and bombarded by my detractors. On Thursday, they get to talk to me. And they get to see everything responded to. Very logically and matter-of-factly, to the best of my ability. So, and then everyone judges for themselves. And you know what? At the end of the day, maybe some of them will absolutely hate my guts by the end of the show. And maybe some of them will actually like me. And maybe somewhere, probably more realistically, it'll be somewhere in between. All right? And that's that. And then after that, we'll come on my stream. We'll have a decompression session between you guys and me. We'll see how that goes. And that's that. So will there be gameplay on that stream on Thursday? I have no clue. When is the stream starting on Thursday? I have no clue. What I can tell you is Thursday night, we're doing a normal stream. It's going to be like a Dragon Ishin on the late stream, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time. Friday, it's either going to be Hogwarts Legacy or it's going to be Wolong, because it depends. Did I play gameplay on Thursday? If I did, and I played some Hogwarts, then it's probably Wolong on Friday. All right? But I guess, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I guess we're going to see. But my intentions for this week are to balance Hogwarts and Wolong and beat Hogwarts this week, hopefully. Okay? And then the night streams, like a Dragon Ishin and Oblivion. And of course, Saturday is my React day, where we do DSP versus the internet, where I do my React content on Saturday, you know? That's my intention is to have a perfectly normal week after the interview is done. All right? So we'll see how it goes. Now, here's the thing. I want to say this publicly. You guys are free to attend if you want. You don't have to attend if you want. It's your call. Because everything that I say and do is literally lied about and spun. So yesterday, I announced that I was going to be on this show on Thursday, correct? On this very podcast. My detractors went over to the Side Scroller show and left comments on their show. Did you know that Darksydephil literally just told his audience not to attend your stream on Thursday? I talked about it on my show. Why would I tell you guys about it if I didn't want you to go watch it?
I mean, you actually kind of did. Actually, you told them that, hey, everything that any question that was ever asked or posed to you, over on the Side Scrollers, you've already answered here ad nauseum. You've already gone over it. You've already gone through it. So what you've heard here will be no different than what's being said over there. By doing that, by saying that, you've put out the inkling that, hey, there's not going to be too much of a difference. You know, you're not going to get anything new. You're not going to hear anything different. You said, excuse me, you did say that, oh, there may be some small details that you might put out there, but essentially, it's going to be the same shit. I'm just saying, just throwing it out there.
The most upvoted comment on their video from yesterday. What? Do you see what I mean? Like, this is every day. Every day, it's just complete lies. And I'm supposed to just put up with it, right? Why do you think people don't like me? This is literally what's said every single day about me. Complete lie. Phil doesn't want anyone watching that interview. He's afraid if his fans watch the interview, they're going to hate him. So that's why he said on his show today, don't watch the interview. But again, what did I really say? I said, I'm on the show. My answers on the show will likely be answers you've already heard if you watch my content. So feel free to tune in, but you're probably not going to hear anything you haven't heard before. After the show, I'm going to come back on the stream here, and we're going to do decompression. So
you've alluded to the idea that, hey, there's nothing that's going to be gained by watching their podcast. You know what I'm saying? You've already heard everything over here. You've kind of put it out there that's like, yo, there's no need to really go over there. Did you say it in so many words? No, but you alluded to it. Anybody who can read between the lines can get that. Whatever. Semantics.
Don't watch the appearance. I have no idea, except this is what they do in every single situation. They take what I say and they twist it to something it's definitely not to serve their own purposes. So DSP saying, hey, I'm on a podcast Thursday, check it out, and then come here to decompress, but it's probably not going to be anything new you never heard, equates to don't go watch the podcast because it's going to expose him completely and he doesn't want you to see it. You see? So what do you think the side-scroller guys think, right? When they see stuff like that, and they're probably like, wow. You know, do they know what actually was said on my own show? Probably not. So now they probably think I told my viewers not to watch the show. You know? It's ridiculous. Anyway, so that's the deal. Thursday is the interview. All right, we'll get it out of the way. I don't want to put it like that either. Listen, here's the thing. This whole thing was very fun and exciting to me for a while. It was, and then my detractors got involved, and they just like everything else in my life. They get involved, they interject themselves into a situation that they shouldn't be involved in, and now the fun's gone for me, right? The whole idea of me appearing on Side Scrollers was supposed to be, hey, Phil is going to be a special guest on a podcast. They're going to have topics to talk about. He's going to chime in on the topics, right? It's going to be a fun panel-style show, just like everyone else. If you just watch the show, you watch their whole month of shows they put out now. That's exactly what it is.
But you have nothing to add. You, as it pertains to video games, you're shit at it, and you have really shit takes on games too, and you always have. You don't have anything. You don't have anything to really contribute to the conversation. You yourself, as it pertains to how you conduct your life in IRL, doesn't speak much to anything. You just have all of these fundamental problems that you really can't get over, to be honest. I don't know. Like, I don't know if you could really bring anything. I don't know if you're really bringing anything to the table. Actually, I'm pretty sure you're not.
Hyper focused on and interviewed and grilled. It's just, hey, they're a guest on the show. Yeah, they talk a little bit about themselves and their content, but they very much are just someone who gets to chime in and be a fun part. But I don't get to do that. You know what I'm saying? I don't get to do that. I have to have all the fun sucked out of my life because of these people. And it's funny because some people are like, well, that's a victim complex. No, it's not a victim complex when it's real. You understand? There's a difference between a victim complex is, so something happened to you and you can never get over it. That becomes the end all and be all of you. You can't get past the fact that at one point in your life you were a victim, and that's your embodiment of your person. Okay? I had no intention on going on Side Scrollers and making this.
I don't know if that's what a victim. I'm pretty confident that's not how the victim complex works, Phil. It means that every situation, every bad thing that's ever happened to you, you make you the center of it. You're like everybody, like no matter what happens to you or whatever happens, you're somehow the victim. You're somehow being fucked over. You're somehow being screwed over. You're somehow being taken advantage of, whatever the case may be. Like, that's really what a victim complex is. You have to be the victim in any and all situations. Not that you were a victim in a particular situation, you can't get over it. I don't think that's how that necessarily works. I don't think. I don't think, to be honest. And if truth be told, as it pertains to DSP, he's a victim of himself more than anything. DSP has screwed over DSP more so than anybody else has, more than anybody, to be honest. No one has fucked over Darksydephil more than Darksydephil. You know what I mean? And I've said this before. Present DSP is always fucking over future DSP. And future DSP will always look back at past DSP and be like, look at everything that I had, or look at everything he had, but it was all taken from me by all of these people. And it's just a revolving, like, it's just a circle, it's a cycle, if you will, but it's really just a vicious circle, or the Gouty Ouroboros, if you think of it. That's really what it comes down to. He can never take responsibility for anything bad that happens. It's always someone else's fault. That's where the victim complex comes into play. I don't know how he don't understand that, but whatever. But then it sounds like he's conceding that, oh, well, because I was a victim, I have a right to be a victim or have a victim complex. At least that's what it sounds like, or that's what it's alluding to.
Plus, hour interrogation of me. I just wanted to be a guest. There's no victim complex there. I just wanted to have fun. My detractors literally ruined that for me. So, yeah, there was abuse, there's mistreatment, and yeah, now I am in a situation where I consider myself fucked up. What happened? I didn't create that situation. He
literally stopped short of calling himself a victim. Why are you struggling? Just call yourself a victim, Phil. Go ahead, do it. Chantel does it all the time. Go ahead, just call yourself a victim.
You know what I'm saying? I don't get to do that. I have to have all the fun sucked out of my life because of these people. And it's funny because some people are like, well, that's a victim complex. No, it's not a victim complex when it's real. You understand? There's a difference between a victim complex is, so something happened to you and you can never get over it. That becomes the end all and be all of you. You can't get past the fact that at one point in your life you were a victim, and that's your embodiment of your person. Okay? I had no intention on going on side scrollers and making this a 2+ hour interrogation of me. I just wanted to be a guest. There's no victim complex there. I just wanted to have fun. My detractors literally ruined that for me. So, yeah, there was abuse, there's mistreatment, and yeah, now I am in a situation where I consider myself fucked up.
Yeah, you got a victim complex. Because, one, you suffered this situation, usually mentally, I should say, and you're either going through some type of trauma or hard time, and you've developed an unhealthy way of coping with it. And as a result, you have a negative view on life, and nothing is in your control, and it's everybody else's fault but your own. I added a little bit to it, but the initial outline came from Google. Thank you, Google. Jesus Christ, Phil. Jesus Christ, Phil. Oh my God. Why, Phil? Why? This is why you're the king of hate. Why'd you drop that? You should have never dropped the king of hate moniker. Ralph was already fucking himself over when he got cursed by Chris Chan. I talked to Asia Proper about this. The moment Ralph took that picture or that video, the moment he captured the video of Chris Chan being arrested, whatever the fuck that is, whatever that stigma, whatever curse that was around Chris Chan transferred right over the Ralph. And ever since then, not that he wasn't already at a slippery slope at that point, but shit went to fucking hell after that. It just all went to fucking hell. I cannot explain it. It's fascinating to watch though, but I cannot explain it. Jesus Christ, Phil. That's all you do. That's all you do. Really, I don't even want to use the victim mentality. You just victim blame. That's all you really do, to be honest. You're always putting your bullshit on somebody else. Because, yet again, it's easier. It's easier for him to do it. It's easier to have somebody. It's convenient to have the clan. You know about that, right, Phil? Have the clan of these haters in the shadows and shit, waiting to thwart anything or to disrupt or to break up any type of situation that he has going on for himself. And that's a sick way of living. That's a sick way of living. And if you go up there on that podcast or any podcast and you put that shit out there enough, people are going to look at you like you're fucking out your goddamn mind, Phil. You're 40 fucking years old. They're going to want to hear you. Okay, you've gone through this shit. What have you done to try to fix it? What have you done to try to make your situation better? If your answer to that is I can't because these people keep fucking with me, no one will ever take you seriously. And I'd like to say that you might be able to realize that, but you won't because you're a fucking idiot. Oh, it's a slippery slope, Phil. Yet again, this is what happens when motherfuckers try to ice skate uphill.
I didn't create that situation. They did, right? They're the ones who keep messing with my life and ruining shit for me. But then somehow I'm the one who's always at fault. And that's what I don't get. I will admit things that I've done that's wrong. I do a lot of things wrong. But how can you blame me for this kind of shit when it's them always interjecting themselves into my fucking life? Why can't Phil get sponsors? Why do you think? Why can't Phil collaborate with other content creators? Why do you think? Who the hell wants to be involved with this?
You're the one who said that you were above sponsorships and endorsements because that's for shills and sellouts and liars. You said you didn't want to collaborate with other people because you're on an island of your own. You want to stay in your own lane. You want to do your own thing the way you want to do it. You look down upon people who collaborate. Remember, those people who came into the YouTube gaming sector, if you will, and fucked it all up with their high production and their edited content and all of that? Remember? You're the one who trashed those people. Instead of looking on and being like, well, hey, that looks like an interesting trend. Maybe I can learn something from that. You trashed it. You attacked it. You tried to tear it down. You try to poison the well as it pertains to your viewership to be like, you don't want that. They're sellouts. They're liars. It's not authentic. It's not real content. It's manufactured. They're not real gamers like you. Remember that, Phil? That same shit you tried to say about Max a few weeks ago. That nonsense. And now you want to sit here and cuck off about how, oh, I can't have this. I can't have that. These people fuck it up for me. You're a hypocrite. You're a massive fucking hypocrite, as well as a liar, and probably mentally ill. You want to run around and call all these people who call you out on your bullshit mentally ill, but truth be told, you're probably the sickest one of them all. You realize that, right? You realize that the world is bigger than the fucking internet, but you completely and utterly committed yourself to this bullshit because you have nothing else. Because the real world scares you. Because everything you did in your fucking life before YouTube, you failed at. And YouTube was the only thing that justified your pathetic fucking existence, and that's the reason why you stuck to it. I wouldn't say clutched. Clutch does sound right, though. You gave it the gouty clutch, and you held on to it because it's all you had. If you had any other prospects, if you were as smart as you fucking think you are, you'd be able to take whatever skills that you've developed and you'd be able to translate that shit to something else. But you can't, because you don't have it. That's why. And then you sit around and just keep letting this shit happen because you ain't got no choice. People fuck with you because you can't do nothing to stop it. And even if you did, someone else would just come up in their place. That's what it comes down to, bitch. That's why people laugh at you and your fucking victim-splaining bullshit. Because it's amusing. Imagine being a grown-ass man and can't do anything. It's bad enough that you physically can't defend yourself, but you mentally can't defend yourself. You mentally fucked yourself up. Just so you could get up in the morning and keep doing what you're doing, which is utter trash, by the way. You did that. You did that. All your relationships that fucked up because your greed, because you couldn't read a room, because you didn't care about other people, that's on you. A detractor, a troll, hater, or critic has nothing to do with that. That's you. You're this piece of shit. You're the scumbag. You talked earlier on in this broadcast about how essentially trolls have troll remorse and they can't face anything. Bitch, next time you get up in the morning, go and look in the mirror, I should say, for a minute. And tell me what you see. You can't. That's why you hate Rich so goddamn much. Because when you see Rich, you see you. And for good reason. Because Rich really isn't any better than you. He puts it out there like he is, but he's not. He's no better than you. Never has been, never will be. But that's why you hate Rich so much. That's exactly why you hate Rich. And for whatever reason, you thought Rich was supposed to protect you or defend you or some bullshit, and I don't even know what that comes from. That's weird. Why would Rich feel the need to defend you? Why would he? If he saw evidence of something that you said or did on the internet, he has a right to comment on that. But why would he? What makes you guys didn't have a relationship? I mean, he's followed you probably a lot longer than you know, but because he has. But you guys don't have a relationship. There's no connection between you. He don't owe you nothing. But when you look at him, you see your own failures. You see your own shortcomings. The only irony of it all is he's actually bigger than you in more ways than one.
Do you think the side scroller guys are excited for Thursday? Honest question. Do you think they are? Now, I really wish that Craig had never announced that I was going to be on the show because I told him not to. I outright up.
I want to bring that back because I told y'all, running around dictating shit to him. I wish he didn't do this because I told him not to. Who the fuck are you to tell me to do anything on my show? Right? If you're Craig, I should say. Who are you to tell me anything? I'm giving you the platform. I'm allowing you to get your bullshit out there. You don't tell me anything. You smile and you say thank you, sir, and you definitely put an emphasis on that sir part. Big up to James Lesser. You put an emphasis on that sir part for me. You don't tell anybody else what to do on their platform because we already see what happens when people try to give you good advice.
That's what I don't get. I will admit things that I've done that's wrong. I do a lot of things wrong. But how can you blame me for this kind of shit when it's them always interjecting themselves into my fucking life? Why can't Phil get sponsors? Why do you think? Why can't Phil collaborate with other content creators? Why do you think? Who the hell wants to be involved with this? Realistically, do you think the side scroller guys are excited for Thursday? Honest question. Do you think they are? Now, I really wish that Craig had never announced that I was going to be on the show because I told him not to. I outright, up front, told him. I have a group of haters that follow me around. And just to forewarn you guys, if you have me on the show and you announce it early, this will happen. And I think they didn't understand. So I don't blame them because most people do not.
And he says he doesn't blame them. But remember, he's the one who actually announced the date that he was going to be on there out of spite. He literally did it out of spite. Because he just told you right here, I told him not to do this. I told him not to do this. So DSP and all his pettiness had to get back at Craig and be like, oh, well, you know, I told you not to announce me early. Now I'm going to do what I want. Now I'm going to get over on you, bitch. And that's what he did. Scumbag through and through. Absolute piece of trash.
To this level of vitriol and hate and cultish negative following on the internet. They didn't even, they probably thought it was a joke. Craig was calling me a meme lord, right? He didn't even understand this nonsense that's following me around the internet. So, yeah, let's do the interview, all right? And you know what? Will I ever be on the show again? Probably not. I'm being honest with you guys. Like, I feel sad because all I ever wanted to do was be a normal guest. I'm actually a longtime fan of Screwtack.com, their old business. Craig used to run this business in the mid-2000s. I hung out with the guys from Screw Attack in 2007 at MagFest before I ever made a YouTube video. All right? These are guys who I'm very much like, wow, I'm an old school fan of yours. I would love to be on your show as a guest. And I can't do that. I'm not allowed to do it. And it is a downer for me because after Thursday's interview, I feel like so much hate has been thrown towards these guys simply for having me on the show that I don't think I'm ever going to get invited back. I could be wrong, all right? But certainly I don't think I'm ever going to have the opportunity to be a normal guest on this show like others. And I don't think that's fair, but I don't blame them. And I don't, again, maybe I'm wrong. I could be completely wrong. But I feel like this is going to be a one and done. Thank God it's over. Everyone breathe a sigh of relief. We can go back to our normal lives now. Get the fuck out of here, Darksydephil, so we don't have to deal with this shit ever again. You know?
What a negative outlook on life. Like, you don't know these people. The people that he's talking about, he don't know them. You know what I'm saying? Even though that they may not like the situation that they're in, it may be very uncomfortable. He doesn't know what those people really think. He's sitting there tainting these people with negativity and bullshit long before he's even being introduced to them. Before a single snort comes out of his mouth, he's already dictated essentially how their relationship, quote unquote, is going to go from here on out. To be honest with you, in a rare moment of clarity on my part, that's kind of a sad way of looking at things. But yet, that's the king of hate. That's the Darksydephil way of doing things. It always has been. It always will be. That same attitude right there is what ended up pushing John and Howard out of his life. So who's really at fault for everything in his life fucking up if you think about it from that standpoint? He's tainting the water. He is poisoning the well right now, all on his own. He doesn't have to hold this type of attitude going into this. He doesn't know how much of this shit those people are going to watch and what they're not. He's doing all of this on his own. Wow.
But tell me that I'm a peripheral victim, right? And it's me just bitching. No. You created it. I didn't do it. You did.
I don't remember anybody calling you a peripheral victim. What? Huh.
I wanted to appear on the show and be a normal dude. You wouldn't let me do that because you're a bunch of scumbags, right? So that's what happens. Anyway, I'm done talking about it now. So, you know, I'm not here tomorrow. And then check out the podcast. Please do check out the podcast Thursday morning. All right. And someone had said, they're going to have an open chat and everything. I'm sure they are. But can you imagine the amount of detractors that are going to be in that chat? I wouldn't be shocked if they have to take strong moderation actions in that chat. You know, I've already forewarned them about doxing and all kinds of shit. So,
okay. Peripheral victim kind of exists and it kind of don't. It kind of exists. That's not the actual medical term for it, but a result of damage to the nerves located outside of the brain, spinal cord, causes weakness, numbness, pain, usually in the hands and feet. Can also affect other areas of the body, including digestion, urination. I mean, is this something that you're suffering, Phil, and you accidentally let this out the bag? What is this? What the fuck happened to you? You know what? I'm probably reading into this a little too much, but that's a weird thing to say. Just I hope you didn't just let something out of the bag for no reason, Phil, but whatever.
I hope that they do the best that they can, and that it ends up being it ends up being something that's not a shit show, right? And it's not their fault if it is. I've been there. Trust me, I've been to the shit show of these people flooding your chat and it's uncontrollable. Like, oh my God, right? So, anyway, there you go. Thursday morning, Side Scrollers podcast appearance. Let's do this interview and see how it goes. I wish I could say, oh, I'm looking forward to hanging out with those guys, but I'm not hanging out with them. It's going to be a full-on interrogation. I'll answer the questions as best I can. I have no feelings of no bad feelings towards the Side Scrollers cast that it has to be like this. It's not their fault. It's not. The fault lies very much along this hate group that will not leave me alone. And so now we got to do this. Let's get it out of the way, and then let's come back here and decompress and have a good day together. All right, after the fact. Although I think the interview, quite frankly, again, since they're neutral parties, I do feel the interview will be good. I do. I actually feel like it'll be a good interview regardless. Many of you maybe will hear things consolidated you never heard consolidated before, my answers, right? So there you go. All right. That's it, guys. So that's the schedule for next week as well. Like I said, let's hope for the best and let's just have a normal week afterward. All right. We got a lot of exciting things also coming up this month. Like I already mentioned. Okay. I guess I'll answer this question because someone's asking it. Normally I wouldn't do this, but Green Goblin says, why don't you just ignore the interview or no show it? What's in it for you if it's so negative? Let it go. Who cares what the detractors say? That's messed up to Stu Attack, or excuse me, the Side Scrollers guys. Why would I do that?
He doesn't give a fuck about Side Scroller guys. DSP's never cared about anybody in his life. He believes that the risk outweighs, or the rewards, I should say, outweighs the risk. To be honest, he needs to be platformed. He needs to be able to induce pignosis on a whole new group of people who do not know enough about him that will feed into his victimhood to allow him to get over. Period. And if he can be the gouty vampire and suckle off of the lifeblood of the Side Scrollers for as long as he can, he will. To be honest. I don't even think it's about being a permanent guest, but it's if he can get a rub off of them and keep getting a rub long enough to where he can bring in all new blood into his own audience. That's what the payoff is. On top of that, if he can pull off, if he can pull off a decent interview, he's hoping that will entice, maybe other larger content creators to give him an opportunity or a chance to appear on their platforms. So essentially, as I've said, DSP should be used as a stepping stone. DSP is trying to use side scrollers as a stepping stone as well, to be honest with you. Because whenever a DSP says he likes these people or he respects these people or whatever, you should be concerned, especially if you're the person in question.
Right? First of all, again, I have nothing to hide. I never did. I've answered these questions before that they're going to be asking. It's just that they're going to hear the answers from the horse's mouth for the first time ever. They're not going to sift through my thousands of hours of content to hear the individual answers I've given to these questions over the years. They just want to hear it all together. I understand that. And in addition, you know, how messed up would it be that these guys have now had all of their shit, their social media, the comments on their videos, slammed by my detractors, right? For how long, right? And now I'm going to back out? How fucked up would that be? You have to very much understand something. I'm not looking to get anything out of this. I don't care. I don't care. You know, it's sad because this went very much for something that I was excited for. So I'm just kind of like, well, I'm going to show up and do it. You know, I'm going to do it to the best of my ability. I'm going to try to make an entertaining show for those guys because they deserve it. But I don't feel like it's going to be fun. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it actually will end up being fun. Maybe it'll be cathartic to just answer the questions to an objective audience. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't think like I've ever had an objective audience before. I don't think so. I've always had a very subjective audience, people who already have prerequisite expectations or knowledge of my answers, you know? I don't know. But to me, you know, I really don't want to be a jerk. I feel like that would be awful to back out of an interview like that after us, you know, talking about it for so long, them, you know, saying on their show they're going to do it, and then the hate. That's the other thing. All the nonsense they've just been harassed with for weeks. That would be pretty messed up that they went through all that and now I back out last minute. I'm not that kind of guy, man. I'm just not. I'm absolutely not that kind of guy. I'm not going to do it. You know, I'll do the show for sure, you know. Here you go. All right. Let's move on. I received a $1 tip from Komi-san. And Komi-san says, why are you doing a show or interview with side scrollers? You claim you had 2 content creators bigger than Destiny interested in interviewing you. Why not do it with them? I think you're at your current state, have more views and subscribers than side scrollers. It doesn't make much sense. Good point. But as I've explained, this isn't what it was supposed to be. This was not supposed to be Phil's interview. I explained this over a week ago, correct? I said this was supposed to be me just appearing on their show and being a random guest like every other random guest they have. And because my detractors basically slammed them with a million different things, now it has to be this interview. All right? That wasn't their intent. When Craig reached out to me, that wasn't his intention. It wasn't. Oh,
you're missing the point. And this is the semantic bullshit that these guys are going to have to deal with. You got 2 people that you've supposedly been working with for like 4 months that you're working on a project with. You're going on to this podcast for who cares how long it is to talk to them when that time should be reserved for these people that are trying to help you clean up your fucking image for the last 4 months. That's what it comes down to. The fact that it changed from being a podcast to an interview means jack shit. That's the thing. And this shows you how sick he is. Because at the end of the day, you're sitting on a fucking stream talking to people. Period. There is no differential between the two, idiot. It's the same shit. It doesn't require any more work from you. Unless you consider lying work. Then that might be different. But other than that, there is no difference. But you've strung people along for 4 fucking months. And that time, don't you think would be better suited with the people that you're already, quote unquote, in bed with? That you already have an obligation to? The fact that he keeps dancing around this bullshit, being like, it wasn't meant to be this, the parameters changed, yada, 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 yada. Despite the fact that in his actual situation, it doesn't require him to do any more, any less work is bullshit. It's bullshit. And the fact that he keeps running to this excuse about it changed means nothing. A podcast and interview, same bullshit. You're going to sit on your fucking dumb ass and you're going to talk and do probably a whole lot of lying. What's the difference? You would have lied about how much of a fake poser fan you are of video games anyway on the podcast. So what's the difference?
To be your guest. Now it's an interview, okay? Now, very much so, you're absolutely positively correct. I have 2 YouTubers who are very interested in having me do a full-fledged deal with them, all right? And I'm not just talking an interview, I'm talking like projects covering my history, long form, ups and downs, history of Darksydephil on the internet and why he's such an intriguing character, you know, and it's going to feature all of my low lows, but also it's going to have some high highs, and it's going to have my side of the story. Not to say that they have any prerogative to believe it, but wouldn't it be more interesting to actually hear both sides rather than just, here's a slanderous fucking hour of shit that you've already heard everyone say about Phil? So yeah, there's a couple of people who are interested in doing something like that. But I told you guys, I'm not really interested in doing that because the hatred about me had died down, except for my detractors. My detractors are never going to give up.
Stop.
But you know,
he doesn't want to do the work. Whatever it is that he's required to do on his end, it sounds like he has to do something, and he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to do the work. He legitimately doesn't want to do the work. Doing the Side Scroller podcast is the easy way out. It's the easy way out. It's easier to do it this way instead of sitting down with you guys, coordinating, trying to find clips, trying to explain myself, and in the situation might not even pop off. That's what this is. It's easier to do it this way. It's expedient to do it this way. And then I can just drag these other 2 idiots along, and I'll use them for whenever I feel like it. I'll go back to them when I feel the urgency to do so. That's what that is. That's utilitarianism. Everybody has to have a purpose. Everybody needs to be doing something. And if not, you're in the way. I don't need you guys right now. I have a better prospect that's going to take less of my time and probably give me better results. I'll come back to you guys when I feel like it. When I'm ready to do something. And you guys better be there. Because if not, I'll just find I will attempt to try to find someone else. They're nothing more than utilities. Which is unfortunate to say that. But that's clearly what they are.
That pattern of people kind of dumping on me on the internet kind of went away. And I was like, well, then what's the big deal? If things are going good, right? If everything's going fine in my own content, if there's not this common thread of nonsense against me, then why do I care? Why do I want? And plus, let's be honest, it's a lot of time. That'd be a lot for me to go through because I'm sure, again, imagine, you know, this is going to be an interview on a podcast. They're going to have limited time. They're going to ask me certain questions. I'll answer. Can you imagine now? You're going through my entire history. 15 years as a content creator and then probably even covering Street Fighter days and everything. Can you imagine? This would be a painstakingly long, detailed work process to do that. And quite frankly, I'm not too happy about doing that. I don't, you know, like I'm not too thrilled about doing that right now.
And that right there should be the wake up sign. I mean, not only the fact that I told y'all, but also if you're the 2 people that are supposedly collaborating with him, he's telling you he has no interest in doing the work. This whole thing is supposed to show his side of the story and supposed to clean up his reputation and give him a fair shake. He's not really interested in doing all the work. He's not really interested in contributing to it. You guys are expected to do all of it. You guys need to do all the heavy lifting. He really doesn't want no part of it. He doesn't see a value in it, to be honest. People should, whoever those 2 are, they really need to see that. They need to see that part and be like, he really is just using us and he don't care to do anything else unless he has to. Well, that's not how that's supposed to work. If you guys are supposed to be going through his history and showing his highs and his lows or whatever, this is a collaboration. Meaning all parties involved should be trying to do, at least should be contributing in equal ways. He clearly has no interest in doing that.
So, this was not supposed to be what it is, but now it is, and it's kind of just what happened, and that's what's happening Thursday. There's your answer. What's hilarious, we have someone complaining, are you on a loop? You already talked about this. Yes, and someone tipped and asked about it again, so you're an idiot. No, I don't have any questions set for the podcast. Ruffian Forever, I have not been I've not given a pre-list of questions for this show at all. I'm not getting paid to be on the show. I have no incentive to be on Side Scrollers. Zero. I'm going in blind. Okay. Add the Gamer says, if they piss you off on Thursday, you have every right to dip out. I have every right to dip out whenever I want. I mean, it's my time. It's my life. I don't have to stay on the show if I don't want to. But I would only leave if they were being completely and utterly disrespectful to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, you want to ask me serious questions or even laugh about my foibles and mistakes over the years, I'm down for that. But if you want to be a disgusting person to me and attack my family and say nasty things about my wife and stuff, I'm out of there. They're not going to do that, I don't think. They're not those kind of people. Like I said, they literally have no incentive either way. They have nothing to gain or benefit from me looking good or bad on the show. So they don't have to approach it from that perspective. You know what I'm saying?
That's pretty scary how delusional he is saying that and actually believing it. That's wild. That's wild. Even though he's infamous, right? His infamy has value. He doesn't know how to profit from it, so he doesn't understand the value in it. But that doesn't mean other people don't. You see what I'm saying? And that right there goes back to his stupidity. That goes back to his lack of critical thinking. That goes back to his lack of showmanship, as well as being a business person in general. You know what I'm saying? It shows a lack of a lot. You know what I mean? And yet again, it's a fluke that he became anything. It really is. It's a fluke. In all these years, with all the different trends that have come and gone, I should say, he never learned. He never picked up anything at all. That's a scary way of thinking.
But that would be the only situation I think where I would leave is if they were actually like outright disrespectful to the point where it was like they were downright insulting me for things and saying, oh no, this is factually true. Like, no, actually, here's my take. Here's really what happened. No, it's factually true. Too bad. Like, wait, what? No. Why'd you have me on the show if you didn't want to actually listen to my answers and tell me that I'm lying to you? You know what I'm saying? Like, if they're going to completely be disrespectful, then I'll leave. But I don't think that would ever happen. I definitely don't get that vibe from them. Craig, I don't think he's ever done that ever. Craig's been around for some 20 plus years doing content on the internet. He has a journalism degree. I don't think that he would do that. Why would he do that? Right? I don't believe it. I don't think so. If it does happen, well, that's sad, but what can you do, right? Okay. It's time to end the show, my friends. So, yes, this is it. The next Level 1 podcast, I can't even tell you when it's happening. It very well could happen on Thursday. We might not be doing it on Thursday. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Well, on Thursday, the next time you'll see me in this capacity, rather than playing a game, will be after this podcast and see how it went and go from there. All right. And, that's it. All right, guys. So thank you for watching the Level 1 podcast. And hopefully on Thursday, we reconvene here after me being on the Side Scroller show. And, we talk about how it went and go from there. And that's that. So thank you for watching. Thanks for the support. And as always, I wish you the best of luck.
All right. Well, there's that. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god. Either this interview is going to crash and fucking burn, or this shit's going to be fucking incredible. One of the two, because Jesus Christ, he seems incredibly unprepared for what's coming up, whatever that case may be. All right, ladies and gentlemen, give me a few minutes to get myself together. We'll reconvene for final thoughts, and I will let you guys go. Yikes. Yikes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god. That was a lot, but I felt that there was some value going over essentially the last 4 or 5 days and getting an idea of what the scenario is, what DSP's mindset is going into this, which isn't very good, to be honest with you. He sounds grossly unprepared, to be honest. As I've said in the last broadcast, I have no expectations of what this podcast is going to be and what it's going to produce. I think, given what Craig's attitude is at the time that I'm recording, he can have all the information he wants, but if he doesn't have the full lore to be able to ask the right questions and then follow up on those questions, it might be a problem. We will see. I have a lot of faith in Agent Proper and whoever else may or may not be helping, but if Craig can't perform, then all of that preparation, all of that knowledge, all of that lore, whatever, won't matter. So we'll see. We will see. So that's my initial thoughts on that. There's one more video that pertains to all of this after this video, and then there you go. And then that'll probably be it, at least for me, for a little bit. And then, because like I said, there's some other things I want to work on long before I touch this interview. But by the time the interview comes out, I'm sure every detractor under the sun will have their rendition of it out. So it's not like you don't have options out there, and there's a lot of talented people out there. So hopefully you give them a chance and see what they have to say. To be honest with you, the more opinions you get, the better. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for me. That's it for me. Like I said, this is already late, and it's going to already go out late, so it is what it is. But, you know, it is what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snort Report. This is DSP News, always late, never breaking. Unreliable coverage that you can't count on. Oh, yes. A GTG Network and Productions for the Snort Report, as well as SnortBUCKS Coffee. I've been your host / anchor, GTG, and I'm signing off. Take care of yourselves, people. Yikes. Later, guys.